Syed. My AI journey actually started back in the 90s. I wrote my first neural network in 1993. I think it had about 150 neurons, a three-layered, fully connected neural network. It didn't do very much. I was like, this doesn't work very much. I think the important thing that I took away when I look back at that experience, starting kind of AI all of those kind of years ago, that was what we called kind of in the middle of the AI winter. What's that? I haven't
Mike.
even said anything quite controversial yet. Yeah, you okay? All right, perfect. Yeah. So we wait for the dramatics afterwards, right? Anyway, so that was right in the middle of the winter. But what was really interesting for me was there was never a conversation that took place to say, if only we had more data, if only we had more compute, we could do so much. That was never the conversation with any of the professors. It was really that this is a good tool, this is a good kind of fun toy, but it was never really serious. And when I left my university and I went into into the workplace, I was a bit disappointed because actually all I was really getting, I'll just close that door, all I was really getting was a lot of there was not very much AI there in the industry at all. And all we had was, well, what is it you're doing? You're actually inputting information into a computer. It's actually storing it somewhere. It's either sending it out to another application or it's actually just printing out whatever. Basic data kind of entry system, three-tier kind of application development. So really from AI down to basic kind of traditional software delivery. So my experience has mostly been in kind of AI delivery right in the beginning, and then shifting over to project and program management. And I think in a way, now that I've come back to the AI kind of almost my first kind of love, the interesting thing that I found is that actually the foundational, the core, that's actually the same. What's actually changed now over this period of time is our data, is our compute, and that's brought about the scaling laws that we know that has created this kind of magical kind of experience that we could not have imagined all those years ago. Now, what I want to talk about in this lecture is about the kind of challenges that we face in AI. And actually, in many ways, the problems for those of you who's here been in software delivery for, let's just say, under 5 years. Anybody? Over 5 years? Over 10 years? Okay. What are you, if you guys are not in software delivery, what industries are you guys in? Just so I get a sense of the audience. Just shout out. Okay. 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 Cool. A lot of acronyms and a lot of, okay, cool. All right. So essentially, the challenges that we're facing now are not new. They are actually existing challenges that have just brought about a new kind of form. So it's not supposed to be a panel. Unfortunately, you just stuck with me and Hayden now, because we had a few problems with some of the others. So I want to talk about some of these different areas. And one of the big challenges that we had is, unfortunately, Kevin's been a bit unwell, so he's not able to make us. So you're just stuck with me, unfortunately. But we've got Hayden with us. So
What more do you need?
yeah. So hopefully that should be good. Okay. One of the biggest problems that we have, not just in AI delivery, but in just generally software delivery, is identifying not the vision, not the goal, but what is the actual core problem you're trying to solve. And one of the, I remember I was working for a large law firm and I was looking at their backlog. And in their backlog, they were like, install a server, create a load balancer, right? And it was defining around what is it they actually wanted to do. And when I asked them what is it they were trying to do, they said, well, we're trying to install a load balancer, we're trying to install a server. But why? Why why would you want to do that? And I think that's the key question that we need to get to. Because in actual fact, what they were doing is what that creates is it creates a result where you are actually having to define exactly in a huge amount of almost waterfall detail exactly what should be in the load balancer and what should be in the server without really thinking about what is it you're actually trying to do. What is the outcome? Well, actually, the outcome was we're trying to branch out into a new market. They were trying to branch out into the Australian market. They needed to open up and have a greater a concurrent usage of their servers. That, as a requirement, as a problem definition, as what they're trying to achieve, now opens up a new whole world because rather than just installing a server, which may or may not achieve their outcome, when we're defining what we actually want, we are now in a position to actually get what we need. Now, that is an example of a very traditional infrastructure kind of project, but I would argue it's exactly the same with AI. And that's even more so. In today's world, we're seeing more and more challenges with the ROI or AI ROI. And basically, this is one of the key things we need to have a look at. The other thing is, as I said, clarifying that problem and making sure that we know what is the core intent behind what we're trying to do is really, really critical in terms of making sure that we not just building AI for the sake of it. Who here remembers the dot-com kind of buzz and kind of anybody over here, right? So we had applications and we had Hayden, we had kind of websites and businesses that were like, just grow at any kind of uh, at any cost almost.
Build
Just
it.
acquire the customers, and you had like them shipping dog food for like I think it was £3 or $3 at the time, and they were charging like 59 cents. And of course, we all think of Amazon as the big success stories, but for every Amazon, there were probably 1,000 businesses that actually went out of business. And the reason is because they got stuck in this hype of just be web, just be e-commerce, just get something out there. And even now, in the first 2 years, probably less so now, but when AI started, it was just like, oh, here's our big AI announcement. We're doing this stuff with AI, right? And that was enough to get the share price to go up. So we kind of trained our CEOs and our leadership to actually just want to put anything out there, any kind of AI stuff out there without really thinking about what's the clear business problem that we are trying to solve and not just doing AI for the sake of it. So this is not anything new, but this is something just a continuation of, of a trend. And if we look now to something more kind of foundational and we look at kind of the challenges around data and data quality, one of the biggest challenges that we've got is when we're using, who here is using OpenAI out of interest? ChatGPT. Who's using Claude? Okay, so I can see some of the same hands going up for both of them. So we've got, and who's not using anything? Is anybody? You going to admit to it in an AI conference? No. Okay, nobody's brave enough. Okay, so here's how it works, right? So you're putting something into your LLM, okay? I'm putting any prompt, it doesn't matter what it is. And effectively what you're doing is you're providing that LLM with a prompt or a request or question. And it's going to feed on all of the information that it's actually learned over, its training cycle, and it's going to come back and it's going to give you a response. And you're going to look at that and you're going to say, oh, that's a really good response, or it's not, or you might tweak it. And that's built in human in the loop, right? One of the challenges, and that's, you can think of that as kind of almost consumer AI, because you're controlling the To a degree, you're controlling the context, which could be, you could say, hey, take this document as input and please summarize this for me or extract this kind of information for it and provide it to me in a different format, okay? So that's now you've got full control of the context that you've given it. You've got full control of the prompt that you've given it, okay? And so hopefully you should get an output that you want. And by and large, in many cases, you do. And in some cases, when you don't, you are actually got a built-in human in the loop over there, all right? So fantastic, no problem there. Now, when we're looking at data quality and availability at the enterprise, this is another problem, because actually what happens is that we are have a whole our infrastructure generally is not built for AI or for models. It's actually built on using looking at almost deterministic software that actually has data controls built into it. What do I mean by that? So when you're using deterministic software rather than probabilistic software, which is like deterministic is a traditional software, you actually have input which actually checks and tests all of the data as it goes into the application. Okay? It does your algorithm, and then it spews out an output. Okay. Now, what happens now is that we're now want to trust an AI agent or an AI application across a vast data store. And now you're going to end up with a lot of problems. And again, if you've got like poor data, inaccurate data, out of date data, your AI now is going to be making bad decisions. So it's kind of garbage in, garbage out, but it's amplified now at scale. Okay. All right. If we look at the early kind of 2000s, 2000 to 2010, and we think about some of the like core or key organizations like Microsoft, etc. Microsoft did an amazing job, obviously, of the Windows, almost taking hold of the PC and giving us this amazing kind of operating system, if you like, right? They kind of captured the imagination. But one of the challenges that was there was that it completely missed out on the mobile era and the mobile age, if you like. And one of the reasons for that was because at that time, Microsoft's core business was Windows. One of the main functions, one of the main business drivers, I should say, of Microsoft was Windows, basically. Now, what happened is that when mobile came in, there was a challenge between, there was almost this kind of competition, internal competition between Windows and mobile, and they weren't talking to one another. And Apple came in and they created this amazing ecosystem where you had the MacBook and then you had your iPhone 1, and it all just seamlessly kind of worked together. And that's one of the challenges that we have when you've got functions that are working in silos. When we don't have that kind of high-level executive sponsorship or commitment, what happens is that your organization descends into the different silos. And that's what happens with AI as well. So that's one big challenge. Over here, it says a lack of executive sponsorship. I say we've got two big problems. Yes, you've got a lack of executive sponsorship, and that then disintegrates into the kind of silos that I was talking about. But the other problem that we've got is not just a lack of executive sponsorship. Can anyone give me an idea from their own organization? What's another kind of challenge that you have in your organization that's to do with executive sponsorship? Not a lack of executive sponsorship. It's almost too much pressure from the executive to deliver something, anything, right? And I think that's another big challenge that we have that is causing a lot of the projects to kind of fail or to, uh, uh, to really struggle, really.
Ahmed, on that expectation, I'd say from an executive, there's a lot of hype about AI, right? A lot of people talking about it can do the most amazing things. It can take everyone, do 10 people's jobs and everything else. But is the expectation at that really high level? What can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah. So there is a lot of hype. From what I've seen, there's a lot of hype, and everyone can see it, right? Um, what I'll give you my personal opinion, if that's okay, and then I'd like
Hmm,
to hear what everybody
sure.
else thinks as well about this. But what my own perception is that people are starting to realize that AI is really, really powerful tool, but actually and it solves a lot of really important problems. But actually, embedding AI in the enterprise is actually almost creating as many problems as it's actually fixing.
Hmm.
So I could see it in my own customers where I work. It's like we are so far away from just letting AI run the organization. Actually, what's happened now is that they've stopped hiring certain types of individuals and they're starting to hire new types of individuals. That's at least what I'm seeing. Okay.
Is that because of a skills gap or?
I won't call it well, it is, it's probably depending upon how you look at it, right? It's like the market is going in one direction,
Hmm,
and then there is obviously a lag time that we have, in terms of everybody skilling up with the kind of skills that they need. And also, we're talking about executives and leadership and all the rest of that. There's a little bit of a gap in terms of their own understanding and what they actually need as well.
hmm.
So I think that to come back to your point, there's that it's not that it's taking away jobs, it's just that it's creating new problems.
Thank you.
Does anyone have any experiences in terms of their own organizations? I'd be really interested to hear if anybody's got any experiences that they'd like to share. No? Okay, cool. Well, feel free to jump in. All right. Um, who here has been involved in any proof of concepts for AI? Okay. What's your experience been with that? Anybody? And what's your journey been like from POC to kind of production? What's that been like? Okay. And okay. All right. Okay. So what I'm going to talk about a little bit is a little bit about my experiences. I worked for a large oil company. This was a few years ago. This was kind of around 2022, 2023, after Chat GPT came in, the first kind of version or second version, whatever it was, came in. And then the following year, we were building a trading application for LNG traders. And the problem they had was that they had these contracts, and they had three different types of contracts. They had one kind of small contracts, which was like 10 pages, and another contract that was like 40 or 50 pages, and a third contract that was like 50 or 60 pages. And what these contracts would do is they would outline the different types of terms that you would have for for an LNG shipment, for example. Okay, and there would be penalties in there. There would be, force majeure. I think that's how you say it, clauses in there, and other things, just to make sure that they could make the right trades in there. And so what the chatbot did is it would read through these kind of these contracts, and it would then guide the trader to make the next right kind of deal, and to make sure that also they were not falling foul of any of the terms and conditions and everything. So it's a kind of what you would consider now to be a very standard, typical, what's called a RAG, retrieval augmented generation kind of application, right? So nothing too fancy. 2 or 3 years later, but at that time it was pretty on the new side of things. And the first kind of proof of concept we did, it completely bombed. It would have had like, kind of accuracy kind of percentage of just like 40%. We're like, what's going on? Because, this ChatGPT is supposed to be really awesome. And I think it was using version 3.5 or something like that at the time. It was like, what's going on over here? Well, actually, what was happening was that it was actually picking up the wrong contracts, right, and reading them. So it wasn't actually um, the we were using the LLM to try and find and search for the contracts at that time, when actually we would be better off using more traditional search algorithms or actually providing the specific contracts, right? So the challenge was around identification of the source of data. And once we fixed that, immediately the actual intelligence was there to actually take it up to really high levels of accuracy and performance. So understanding where to apply AI and where not to was one of the lessons that we got from the pilot. One of the other big challenges that you have when we're looking at AI kind of rollouts is, I think of it like when you've got deterministic kind of software. As I said, you got your inputs, you've identified what those are, you've got your algorithms, whatever they are, and you got your outputs, and that's not going to change, right? And if your data changes or the world changes, your application just throws an error. Right? That's all that happens, right? Um, but when you've got a situation with AI now, and the world is changing, how I kind of like to think about it is it's a bit like, anybody here got kids? Anybody? All right, quite a few of you, right? So you kind of like, you do your best, right? I'm a dad as well. I got 3 kids, and you do your best, and you raise them up, and then they turn into teenagers, and you think you've trained them up, and you say, you know what? Out you go into the real world, okay? And you hope they behave themselves, okay? And I kind of think of that is how AI is as well. You've trained it up, you've given it the thing, you've given it now a degree of a kind of autonomy, if you like, and now you hope that they behave themselves, and that's the challenge we've got, right? And that's where we have to think about, you got something in the lab, but now what are the guardrails that we have around that? How do we make sure it doesn't go off and do some crazy things? And also, when you look at the actual data that you've got, having data in a pilot is a completely different kettle of fish to having data in a kind of more production environment as well. So I think that's an important point. Okay, so Hayden, should
Yeah,
we open up the floor now to any conversation or some
definitely,
questions
definitely.
and this discussion, if that's okay?
Yeah, let's do it. So we covered lots of ground, Ahmed. Thank you. Anyone got any burning questions that they'd like to ask? I've got a few prepared, if not. But please, anyone, sort of, it's an open floor, so feel free to ask away. Any questions of Ahmed?
Yeah, I've got a question. Sorry, I came in a little bit late.
No worries.
Kind of on. So, let's say I've built an application that was built, a year ago. Okay, started off with a specific model, which was the best model at the time for the job, and then as we progress naturally, we've been in a situation where you're having to update, change models inside the application, and that's going to be something that continues on an ongoing basis. How do you have you come across that, or how do you manage that at all?
Yeah, so that's just the natural evolution, like you talk about, like you've just outlined over there. That's something that is a reality now. And if you look at the way in which, at least how I see the industry moving, you're gonna need to just plug and play, and you want to get to a position where your infrastructure and your setup can support an upgrade in a shifting in model. Okay. So what I mean is that if you think about it like you've done your testing and you've done your evaluation and you've done your learning on a certain model, right? It's not a given that you just change or upgrade the model and that you're going to get an improvement in the overall accuracy, precision, recall, whatever kind of metrics are important to your particular use case. It's not given. It could be that it's trained on something slightly different, especially if you're looking at a large language model and you've not taken that. So I think it's really about now is the kind of time when people now start to think about, yes, we should be expecting that, and we need to architect for that. Now, if you built it about 2 or 3 years ago, I'm going to guess, unless you've been really proactive with your architecture, you're probably going to need to make sure you've got sufficient guardrails and other things in place. Is that something that you're quite happy with at the moment in terms of the architecture infrastructure? There's a little bit of work to do there.
Yeah, yeah. So the architecture is like to take a model out, put a new model in. It's just interesting as about pilot purgatory kind of, you build it and then there's something new and shiny with it's like a constant thing of actually it can do this now. So I'm stuck in purgatory of having to go back and check what's the right. So it's kind of along those lines.
I would say that it depends on the business use case and the criticality of the business use case that you're using. Okay. So for example, if you've got a human in the loop, right, and your application is, and you want to upgrade it, and you're there, and it's not a particularly important kind of business process, then you can be a little bit lax with the guardrails. If I've got, say, for example, a workflow that is doing my customer returns, okay, so you've got your emails coming in, and I've got a complaint. I bought this application I bought this product from you, and I want to return it. And you've got your agent embedded in there, and it reads through it. It checks to make sure that you actually are a customer. It checks that you did buy it. It checks that you bought it within the last 30 days. And it goes tick, 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 tick. Yes, okay, fantastic. And then it does this automatic returns process, okay? And now you change your model, and that brings a different dynamic into it. Then you have to be pretty careful that you've got the right guardrails, and you have to do retesting, and you have to be really super clear about that. So I think context matters in that case. But yeah, you're right. I think it is something that we need to sort of like make sure we've built, thought about that.
Another question.
Yeah, just to build on that. So we run an MSP and MSSP. At Christmas, we launched a managed service around AI to realise the opportunities and to mitigate the risks that AI introduces here. Just to build on what this gentleman said, it's not a static thing. So across our customers, then shadow AI is like a huge issue. Like you look at any tenant, there'll be 20, 30, 50 different generative AI tools in place, all sorts of crazy stuff from OpenClaw to all the common ones. And so from a cybersecurity perspective, nailing all that down is very, very important, which is what we're doing. But what you said, agent sprawl is a huge problem. LLM changes behind the scenes as preview LLMs come out and legacy ones get to the final offer. So we've got a managed service around helping the customers with ongoing training, with the security and governance piece, with all of the maintenance that's required of these tools. Uptake is good, but one of the points you mentioned about executive buy-in and pilot failure is getting the customers to understand the security implications of just allowing this stuff to just exist in their organisation is a phenomenal risk. But explaining that to an executive who just goes to ChatGPT and goes, write me a speech, upload a Word document based on this speech, that getting the executives to understand the security implications, that's turning out to be quite a big challenge. So I've turned to practical demonstrations, which seems to
It is. That's the difference now. Sorry, I'm just going to, from my own experience building stuff, it's that the back end security side is almost more important than the actual build itself. And we've all got fantastic ideas, and now you can, in a weekend you can knock up an amazing potential business. But if it doesn't have that security with it, depending obviously what sector you're going into, but that's going to be for me the most important point, and what's going to give you the leverage and the longevity to make that something really quite special. But that's just my personal opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, talking about your shadow AI kind of thing, that's a huge problem, right? And I work in cybersecurity. One of my customers now are kind of like helping them organize a cybersecurity thing. But one of the things that I found very interesting is the CEO of Salesforce, Mark Benioff, was using, I think it was ChatGPT, and he was doing, the kind of high level kind of strategizing that a CEO would do, right, of $1 billion kind of corporation. And he was shocked to find out, he's like, how do you know all of this stuff about my competitors? Right? And he was like asking all these questions, and it was just spilling all the beans, right? So it's like it's a big problem, right? Because an executive, like you say, I need to put this, this presentation to the board together, right? Okay, can you help me with this, right? And I'm going to use ChatGPT because it's expedient, right? That's a big problem, right? Because now you've actually leaked your data over to, now you're at the mercy basically of a public LLM, right? And so that's a big challenge. It's almost like social media, right? It's like I feel like telling my kids, don't use too much social media. Don't use so it almost feels like that a little bit, because it's like the allure is so much, but at the same time, the downsides are really quite pronounced as well. So.
Any more questions? Up here.
Some of these issues very much apply to you having a third party effectively writing multiple or your
Yeah.
most powerful part of your entire product
Yeah.
is entirely changed with certain companies. So when we're talking about how a lot of these issues technological development often happen due to major shifts in technology with your external competitors, models which take 10 years to develop, but there's no way of catching up with them. Major companies that have been developing for years. So when you're trying to move out of proof of concept now, how are you approaching from a managerial level for this huge third party dependence?
I think you need to ask yourself whether I think you need to shift out from using AI for kind of run of the mill kind of work processes, like your HR and your finances, the kind of standard kind of SAP kind of stuff that you would get, versus your competitive advantage stuff. Okay. And when it comes to your competitive, for that you might use out of the box kind of, Claude or whatever it is, right? Okay, and they've released a lot of templates that can actually help with that. So you almost don't even need to do too much over there. So that's fine for the standard kind of processes. But now when it comes to your business competitive processes, that's another game, right? So that's where the open weight kind of models like Mistral and others, and the rise of sovereign AI is now becoming a big thing now, right? So because I don't want them to, if I'm Bloomberg and I'm training them on financial data, I don't want to be doing that. I don't want to be going to a large language model, right? I want to be able to have access to my own weights and train my own weights and keep them in a walled garden. So, for example, if you've got an LLM, right, would you want it to have access to your bank account, right? Probably not, right? So if you're a bank and you want to be able to provide kind of intelligence services to your customers, then as a very minimum, you would want your own private model where you're controlling the weights, because weights, guys, are essentially your proxy for intelligence, really. Okay, so that's actually where the intelligence is held in a bunch of billions of numbers, right, which actually represents the training that the model has actually done. So you would then start to look at things like private models, and also that's where the kind of the rise of sovereign AI is now really taking shape towards the end of 2025, beginning of 2026, I would say. And that comes back to the idea of where do we store our intelligence? Okay, so, and with this kind of regionalization of the world, I'll call it, right? You may not want to keep your core business or as a government in another government jurisdiction, right? You might not want to keep if you're like the UK government, you may not want to keep your, all of your intelligence and other things in running in different parts of the world. You might want to keep it within the UK or and within Europe as well. I think Mistral has invested quite a lot of money inside France, I think, building their data centers and stuff so that you've got that regionalization of, so you can keep the data within Europe so that you're not going to fall foul of GDPR and other kind of data issues as well. So a bunch of stuff. I don't know if I answered your question there, but.
I suppose, so I come from industry where localized part of my curiosity is when you have areas like America really pushing for international, and with areas like Europe are more concerned about maintaining how do you as upper management effectively make a decision to change, and how is it primarily based on performance security? What's dominating?
From what I've seen, it depends on the organization. So I've worked in sort of like oil in the industry, and I would say primarily for them it's safety, okay, and then maybe security, okay. And now I'm working more in the finance area, and it's flipped. So it's more kind of security first, safety second. So I think there are a couple of elements now as kind of leaders now need to think about this from a number. First question is location of intelligence and compute. Intelligence, I should say, right? And data. It's a problem, right? Because if you've got your servers now, maybe in the, don't want to pick on any region, but in the Middle East now, you might be exposed. Okay, so that's one thing. Then you've also got, if you're like a government agency or something, then you might not want to have your data in a different place as well. So that's where the sovereign AI and all the rest of that kind of rise is coming up. So that's one element of it. The other element of it is around data customer and your own business privacy and data integrity and making hold of that. And that's where the private model now is starting to rise now when you've got, open weight models and other things over there as well, and creation of walled gardens so that you can actually play in a place that's relatively very strong guardrails, but also you can now own that. And that's useful from a data protection, customer data protection, and also from a business, what's the word? I suppose a competitive advantage point of view, right? So that's how I look at it.
Any more questions? Okay, Ahmed, would you
Well,
like to wrap it up now, or do you
Yeah,
want?
I
Or
think. Thank you very much, guys.
yeah,
Hope you found
thank
that
you.
useful, and yeah, best of luck in your AI implementations.
Thank you, Ahmed. Thanks.
Thank you.
And considering you're 1 man out of 3, you've done very well. So
It's all
thank
right.
you so much. Yeah, thanks.
Thanks, everyone.
It's nice and cool. Nice and cool in there, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's great. Thank you.
I assume most of you would know who the Premier League is. There are two Premier Leagues actually in the country. There's football and there's the darts. I'm going to talk about the football. Um, I'm going to talk about building the Premier League's AI-enabled digital platform, where I've called it changing the goalposts, which is an easy pun, so apologies for that. But as you might imagine, a program of this size doesn't just take an easy straight course to where you think it's going to go. There are many curved balls along the way. I'm going to stop the football puns. But it's really difficult. You say them without realising. Okay, so the Premier League, I'll give you a quick overview of the Premier League, just so we're sort of on the same page of what it is and how it operates. And then I'm going to start digging into the digital transformation program that we did. There was a ton of AI built on that, so I'm going to try and focus a bit on the AI side more than the other parts. So the Premier League, it has great clubs. If you think about the money, the reach that the Premier League has, the amazing stadiums, the fandom that sits around it, it attracts the best in the sport to the Premier League. It's actually fairly unique as well in the sense that there aren't one, two, or even three big clubs that dominate the league. It's actually quite well spread, and if you look at the winners of the league over the last 3 years, they've been different clubs, and equally with the relegation clubs. Any Spurs fans in? It's a lucky escape, but sorry about West Ham. Great coaches, so we attract the best in the world coaches as well for the same reasons, and it's a brilliant stage for coaches like Pep, who's obviously retiring at the end of the season, or has, from the Premier League. But it's a great stage for them, and actually it's not necessarily just about winning the tournament, it's about being able to have the reach that they have globally and work with the best players in the best environments. Great players, obviously, for the same reasons. The Premier League attracts arguably the best players in the world, and that isn't just about the money. It also grows its own players, including Cole Palmer here, who joined Man City Academy at aged 8 and came up through the ranks. Well, he did make the England squad, did he? Great stories. So it's not just about the football on the pitch. As you well know, the Premier League is talked about every day of the week, every week of the year. And it's the stories off the pitch that are as interesting as the ones on, arguably. And so this is the reason that there are such great avid fans around the world, and a great need to provide a constant source of information and content for those fans globally. And it's been going since 1992, and there's the great Eric Cantona holding up the trophy in the first Premier League season in 1993. It's not just the football that the Premier League provides. I'm not going to go into detail because there's no time, but there's a whole load of charity work that the Premier League does. Billions of pounds goes into these initiatives. The Premier League is interesting, actually. It tops the British Icon Index in terms of the brand. So it's the most memorable and most well-known brand that the UK has produced. And it adds, actually, it's more like 10 billion now. This is about 3 years old. 10 billion to the UK economy every year, which is as big as, I think, what Microsoft contributes to the UK professional services, just to give it a comparison. So it is global. So 82% of the live audience is outside of the UK. And the UN, I think, says there are 195 countries around the world. Anyone want to hazard a guess as to how many of those countries broadcast live Premier League games?
100?
Higher?
Okay.
Anyone else? No, not 195, 188. So 189, actually, sorry. And if you count the whatever it is, 7 that don't do it, it's the Vatican City is one, I think, North Korea is another, and a few other sort of very small African states. And I think they just get the football from somewhere else. So that gives you an indication of how big it is globally. It is the most popular annual football competition and the biggest domestic football competition by some margin as well. So Champions League there is a second one, which is just over half of the reach that the Premier League has globally. And it's more popular than any other annual or domestic sporting event. And that includes NBA, F1, other football leagues, NFL, PGA Tour and all the others. So I think, not to labour the point, it's the biggest sporting competition in the world by most measures, except perhaps the World Cup and the Olympics. So that's a Premier League in a nutshell. Any questions so far? No questions about VAR, please. That's not my bit of the. So did someone know? No. The transformation opportunity. So what were we trying to do? So as you saw on the previous slides, there's around 1.1 billion, or there were in 2024 when we were going through the strategy for what we're going to try and do. The addressable audience, so those who are interested in the Premier League globally, about 1.1 million. The direct audience that the Premier League has a direct relationship with, so has details and can communicate with, was a fraction of that. In fact, we've got our conversion rates down here at the bottom. You probably can't see it. About 2.7%. About 40 million direct records that we communicate with. Which, when you compare it to NFL at 8.19%, FIFA 4.4, we're still quite a way off. So there's a big opportunity there to start changing the conversion. But also there's an opportunity to grow that audience. And naturally we can grow that addressable audience. I think by 2028, which is not very long away now, it did seem it when we were talking about it 2 years ago, we can increase that audience reach to 1.6 million, and then of course increase that conversion. So while we're looking at just under 50% increase in audience, we're looking at sort of 500% increase in our direct relationships. And that's not just going to happen. That was a big job that needs to be done. Some arrows there. So it was a huge audience, but we had limited direct relationships. So the way that the Premier League communicated with the audience was fairly traditional, in that it's broadcast led, fairly generic experiences, regular campaigns around not just the charity stuff, but other initiatives, and a heavy use of third party data to segment audiences. Future ambition was to make sure that we had direct fan relationships and able to talk to people individually. So what we call hyper personalization, know the audience better, continuous engagement, and building up that first party data. How are we going to close the gap? I think we looked at 5 or 6 main focus areas. So growing that addressable audience. Heavy skew towards fantasy. So fantasy Premier League, fantasy football is, I'm sure many of you know what it is. For those who don't, it's a game where you create your own football team from players, and they get points each game week, and it's a big thing. 81% back in 2024 of the Premier League's direct relationships were with fantasy players rather than with general football fans. Whereas the research showed that, sorry, no, I got that wrong, 93% were fantasy fans, but the research showed that 81% of the audience were interested in the football. So there's a massive gap there that we weren't addressing. The nature of fandom, as we call it, is changing, and it's changed dramatically over the last just 5 years, never mind the last 10, 15 or so. And where in the UK particularly, we have what we call avid fans who follow a particular club, and that's probably because their fathers did, or whoever did, their friends do, and you follow that one football club. That's changed unrecognisably, although those still exist in the UK. The sort of younger generations, so Gen Z and Gen Alpha, as we call them now, are much more interested in the Premier League as a tournament, and of course in the individuals, the players themselves. So they seem to have more interest in particular players, no matter what team they play in, versus following a particular club. Often it's a combination of those things. It's never quite that simple. So that was a huge increase in people interested in that kind of content. And the impact of personalization. So the tests that we've been running showed that we can increase engagement by at least 7% just by having proper personalized content rather than generic, particularly when you look at these different audiences that we're trying to attain. So big opportunity there that we weren't following up on. And the final one, which is kind of obvious, but all the content for the Premier League was in English. And when you look at those global stats that I showed you on the previous page, that's remarkable. So a very easy win was to localize content, not just translate it, which just in itself would have a huge uplift in interested fans, but localizing content properly. So be it about local players or how it's comparing to the local leagues and so on. Question? Sure.
Just wondering, for what reason are you wanting to build these relationships?
Yeah, great question actually, and I'll tell you now. So there are a number of reasons. The first one is a data play. So the Premier League is owned by all the football clubs, and that will need to change after the season. So they're literally the shareholders. There are 21 shareholders of the Premier League, the 20 clubs plus the FA. So they decide what the Premier League does. And the interesting part for them was they couldn't access much of this global audience as a club. It's like, Man United, Liverpool, they do have quite a good global reach, but the rest tend not to. Brentford, it's like they don't have a big global audience. So they saw this as a way of tapping into that, and the data is the key to that. So as we grow that audience, we understand who they're following, be it a player, a club, whatever. Then that data is then shared with the clubs, and they can monetize that how they see fit. The other is just if we just increase eyeballs on this stuff, then the sponsorship values increase dramatically, as do the media rights as well. So, and I'll come on to this in a minute, but actually this program, which was many tens of millions of pounds, paid for itself because of the increase in the sponsorship fees that we were able to provide. So that was the other thing, and the value of those rights go up too. So the next time negotiation with Sky or DAZN or whoever, there's added value there that will increase that value. Just quickly on this, driving the mandate. So the idea of pushing this for all these reasons I've just expressed, we're driven by this set of stakeholders. So there are all the clubs there. We've got all the commercial partners, particularly the big ones who have a stake in the technology that we use. So Microsoft and Adobe being the two main ones there. The broadcasters like Sky and others, and there are over 100 of those globally. And also then the Premier League itself. So the board, so the commercial board is different to the clubs. Exec leadership teams, sorry, and the commercial teams all have interests in what we're trying to do and how we're going to deliver it. So quite a complex stakeholder set, all with slightly different expectations and demands, as you'd expect. So mandate for digital transformation was the world's favorite sports competition becomes a global consumer business, create an industry-defining direct-to-individual experience, convert that fan base into directly engaged audience, increase that direct database by 5 times by 2028, so that's in 2 years' time, and refer and provide access to the broad fan base, as I just outlined, for the clubs and the broadcasters too. Those are the official stated goals. Of course, as people start talking about it, all those different stakeholders, they have a slightly different view on that. And this is where if you have watched Ahmed doing his piece before, the stakeholder alignment is quite an important part, and that's a constant requirement through a program like this. It's not just something you set up at the beginning and off you go. So these are some of the things that I found coming back to me as we were kicking off this process. Was we're going to create the leading media, data, and AI platform in global entertainment. Create the biggest and most valuable sports fan data platform in the world. And deliver the biggest technology transformation since the inception of the Premier League. So that's VAR off. So no pressure. The project, how do we get on with it? I better hurry up, actually, we're going to run out of time. So we split this into sort of three buckets. So the fans, what they're expecting or what we're trying to provide for them, personalization, always on engagement, global relevance. The business ambition was the first party audience growth, so the value of that data is key. Deeper engagement, so it's not just about getting those records, it's making sure they stay and we build relationships and interested people. The commercial opportunity, so in terms of sponsorship and media rights. And then experimentation velocity, so this is quite important. So as the fan base and the commercial opportunities change over time, we don't have to guess what we're trying to do, we just continue to experiment on that. And this platform was designed to provide a foundation to enable that experimentation in terms of what the fans are looking at and what kind of content and services should we be providing to those fans. Then technology ambition, so composable architecture. If this is going to be the greatest thing ever built in the world, ever, then we're going to have to stay ahead with technology. And we very early took the decision to do best of breed composable technology to drive that. A data-driven operating model. It is all about the data, so the data's key. An AI-ready foundation. So actually the AI ambitions at the very start of the project weren't as great as they became as we embarked on the project, and I'll explain why in a minute. But as I think Ahmed was saying earlier as well, the data foundations are absolutely key. So we can do lots of POCs and trialing different AI applications, but actually rolling them out at enterprise level, production grade, requires some heavy lifting with the data that you have. You think about all the data sources the Premier League has. It's a huge job. So that was a big project that was part of this program. Oh, and I just missed off that we had 15 months to build it. By the time we talked about it enough, that was that. So what it meant in practice, the scope, pretty much everything. So the infrastructure, security, identity, AI platforms, live data, web and native apps, CTV, so streaming channels, and fantasy were all wiped off the table. We're going to start again on all this stuff. Best of breed architecture I've just explained. Content automation. If we're going to do hyper personalization and localization, that's a huge content demand, and our brilliant team of 5 editorial writers could barely keep up with the more traditional approach, never mind having to deliver hundreds of thousands of assets every week. An operational transformation. So we were going to completely change the tools that we're going to use as a business and change the focus culturally of what we're trying to achieve, because the Premier League has always been focused on those avid fans, the Liverpool supporters and Man U supporters, and changing focus to the global audience meant a big change in terms of culture, of the principles that we're following, the structures of the team, and the tools and workflows that we followed. So never to be overlooked, that part. The approach we took, best of breed composable architecture, meant that we were working with a ton of different technology vendors and agencies. There were 21, I think I counted, with the main work streams. There were actually a few others in the mix as well. Agile philosophy. No one talks about agile anymore. Call it products now, don't we? Still the same thing. We couldn't move the season kickoff. This had to be built before the season just finished. Actually, was the launch date, and there was no way that we could change that. The data foundations had to change. That was a huge piece. Clear purpose and belief. There are so many people. I'll come on to this in a minute. So many different organisations and people involved in this process. Having total control over that was impossible. So we had to look at how do you motivate and drive over 500 people working on a project in such a short time frame to deliver those kind of outcomes. And then effective governance with all of those people, that has to enable that, and I'll come on to that in a minute. So this was the technology. I'm not going to run through this in any detail. I can if you like, but I won't. But suffice to say, it was all new. So we were using Pulse Live, which is Sony Sports, for the CMS and site and app, but actually we changed the technology to drive the new system anyway. So that all had to be migrated over. But other than that, I think it was all basically new, ground up stuff. Always get loads of people taking photos. I'll put the slide up. And this was a very easy to follow work stream plan that I'd look at every few weeks and panic because we weren't on track. And we broke it down into these sort of broader themes that actually became fairly irrelevant halfway through the project as things changed. But you have to start somewhere, and then you can track where you're following to. And you can see that we were building across this timescale with a very short cross-solution testing period of only 3 months, which was woefully short, but that's all we had time for. So that's what we were embarking on. Quick note about governance. When you're operating at this scale and at this speed with a huge expectation of what to deliver, then governance becomes a really important part of the project. Aligning the priorities, and you already saw the different priorities starting to spread from the originals as people sort of decided what they wanted to the system to be. We need to accelerate decisions, manage the risk, avoid fragmentation. When you've got so many different partners, they can start doing what they want rather than you. And this idea of ambition and tension with ambiguity, and as you're moving across, there's a huge amount of ambiguity, and trying to manage that process becomes a big governance requirement. And all of these other areas, so change in the operational running of the Premier League and the clubs, the number of people, the complex stakeholder groups, the 21 different organisations and companies working across that just multiplies that effect of that ambiguity you can have, and they all have their own ambitions of where they want to go as well. So that becomes really tight. One of the sort of guiding principles around the governance was that it had to speed up the project, not slow it down. When you think of governance, you think of checkpoints and gates that you have to go through, and that tends to hold things up. And certain guardrails you have to follow and guidelines you have to complete before something can be released to somebody else. And dependencies are carefully managed. That can slow things down really. So one of the guiding principles we tried to adopt and largely succeeded, I think, was if you think of governance as high performance brakes on a car, right? You can invest a load of money into your brakes. Carbon brakes, brilliant. That means you can go faster, right? Because you can brake more easily, and when you brake, you stop really quickly. And so that's the effect we were trying to do, was to have really clear governance that we can apply as and when we needed to really quickly, but the effect of which meant that actually we could go a lot faster, and that meant handing over control to a lot of the different work streams, but being able to manage those requirements and principles, as I say. It's another whole session just talking about governance, but I won't do that. You'll find it a bit dull. AI, let's talk about AI specifically now. It wasn't one particular work stream or one particular thing we were trying to deliver. It spanned across all different areas. So it's personalization through content recommendations and audience segmentation, whether it was content operations. The video operations was highly complex. So we have the archive of every Premier League match that's ever been played, highlights, reels, and full matches, commentaries, and everything. So one of the ambitions was, well, how do we give fans access to all of this content? Now, trying to go through and tag all of that content every game for the last 30 odd years would have been an impossible task, but obviously AI played a huge part in that. We worked with some great partners, both with Microsoft and with a company called WSC Sports, who have these AI algorithms that can go through and build the whole meta tagging around it, and enable us to then pull out the different bits of video that we need based on queries that a user might have or the editorial team might have. But watch this space, because over the next couple of years, we'll be at a point where you should be able to go to the Premier League app, type in, I want to see every time somebody's boot fell off, and a highlight reel to be produced with a commentary, all AI driven. That's through Manifest technology, which some of you might know about, but I won't go on about that. It gets really expensive otherwise, right? Lots of video. So that's content, fan engagement, so conversational experiences was part of that. Data intelligence is hugely important. Audience insights and how I talked about that experimentation part. That was really important about delivering those insights so we can see what levers we're pulling to increase our conversion or our data records. Optimization, as you'd expect, that'll be in there. And then operational tooling in terms of content supply chain, guardrails, governance, and all that kind of stuff. So it became a horizontal capability, just means it was across everything. So the reality, curved ball shot, yeah? Thanks. Any West Ham fans in? No West Ham fans, okay. I thought I'd show a West Ham scoring a goal, good one. I had to go back to 2017 for that. Anyway, so curveball. So there were lots of the things you'd expect. So people taking much longer, some of the dependencies not working, mismatches, and things being delivered to somebody else. And those are risks that you manage across the program of the size, and you get on with it. By big curveballs, though, I'm talking about something much bigger than that. And the first one was Microsoft. So during the process, the Premier League, the Oracle used to be the Premier League's technology partner. You remember when the results came out, it was powered by Oracle. That changed halfway through to Microsoft. And obviously, when you're building something like this, which is the foundation of all the data infrastructure, not just apps and web, Microsoft are going, well, it's our name above the door, so we're going to have to be part of this now. That was a huge change. And here's that program plan again, with a white background this time, just to mix it up. Where do you think Microsoft came into the party? So we've been engineering all this stuff all this long. You'd have to guess, I'll tell you. Right there. So 1st of January, Microsoft arrived. we'd actually been talking to them for a very long time, so we had an inkling that might happen. So for a lot of the data work we've been doing and the sort of core infrastructure was already Azure based, Microsoft Azure, because we thought that might happen. But there were a whole ton of other things that were AWS, like most of the personalization, the AI stuff we were using for personalization was all AWS based. Fantasy footballs on Google Cloud. It's all over the shop. So we had to start making some big changes there. We couldn't delay the start of the season. We tried, so we had to crack on and do that. So that was that. And then there was Adobe. Similarly, Adobe came along, big strategic partnership, lots of wonderful millions of pounds, as our creativity partner, and they were interested mainly in fantasy and what you could do with Adobe technology. So Firefly mainly, the generative AI for making images, and then social assets. And they came along here. So with fantasy particularly, which we have to release quite long before the season starts, so people can do their teams and everything, was under particular pressure. And Adobe came along, and we had to then start incorporating Gen AI tools for badges and shirts and team colors and all the rest of it. And I could talk about that one for a long time, but moderation for user-generated AI content, something like the Premier League, is an absolute nightmare. Anyway, so we brought those in. It created massive opportunity, and actually, when you look at it now, it's much the better for the inclusion of the Microsoft and Adobe technologies. So Microsoft particularly brought along Copilot, and that accelerated our AI implementation really quickly. So we were able to include the Copilot interface, so you could type in your questions and get the answers. It was the first time that Microsoft had delivered Copilot outside of its own Microsoft ecosystem, and it's in an enclosed LLM system using Premier League content. So yeah, loads of great stuff out of it. Really helps with personalization as well, of course. But then the pressures that brought were huge. Around governance, obviously, I keep mentioning that name. Moderation, I mentioned hallucinations. So with things like match data is really important, but also the Premier League can't be seen to have an opinion about a player or a club. It just presents the facts. Now, generative AI and LLMs are brilliant at pulling in all kinds of stuff. You might want to go, well, who's the best striker? Or best forward or best defender. It can't really have an opinion. It can just produce some facts. So you've got to train this to behave in a certain way. But also when you look at moderation around what people are typing in, so it could be around racism or sexism or any sort of dodgy areas that you don't want to get into. The Premier League has quite a kind of strict, regulated response to that kind of stuff. It also has its own campaigns. No room for racism being a great example. So you can't cut off any conversation about the kind of stuff. Particularly, you've got to be really careful about what you're saying. So very quickly, with Microsoft's help, we realised that we couldn't just rely on LLMs to do this. So very quickly, an agentic architecture was produced, and we were pulling in sort of verbatim responses for certain questions, and being able to just mix and match how we were delivering the answers to those questions. The other, observability was huge. I won't go into that. Cost unpredictability. Anyone who's been rolling out big AI programs at enterprise level would recognize this one, because the cost of delivering AI at scale can be massive, and it's really difficult to control, particularly for putting it out to a customer base or a fan base, particularly, who will pick up on something and want loads of content, being video based or otherwise, and your costs can spiral out of control very quickly. So we had a load of governance and guardrails around that. And managing those stakeholder expectations only got more complicated, as you might imagine. So the launch, and suffice to say, we launched in time, and it was nice to see the app being the number one app in the App Store, even above ChatGPT and others, for quite some time. That was a nice moment, and it worked. Something when you produce a whole new architecture, and you've got 40, 50 million monthly active users coming in on match days, you're seeing that multiplied by 10, 20 times. And seeing that architecture hold up was great. And within the first month, we were seeing an increase across the board of about 15% of just regular users. We actually had toned down all the campaigns around the launch and around the accessing online content. We didn't want to push too many people to the platform too quickly. But even without that, we saw a huge uptake and increase in usage, which was good to see. And we met those core objectives across personalization. So we had content in the match day, different content for match week. So the build up and the post analysis. Explore and learn, this is where a lot of the archive video footage comes in and all that kind of stuff. Communities, I won't go into this because it's not really about AI. But anyway, all those different features are brought in and played well. Lessons in AI. How am I doing for time? Oh, sorry. I've got about 4 slides, but okay. I am, yes. So feel free to ask me questions. Sounds a bit arrogant. Lessons, but these are my lessons. Is what I learned the AI. So when you think about AI, we often think about the LLMs and the experience and Copilot, which are kind of those top 2 levels. But it's these bottom 2 that are actually the real crux of this, and that's where most of the time has to be focused. And if you don't get those right, then your chances of succeeding on those become severely limited. And we talked about how many AI projects and programs fail. I think was it Gartner recently said it was 95% fail or something. It's probably because these bottom 2 parts of this pyramid haven't been properly followed through and seen to. And that's so the foundation, so the identity of the structured data, the taxonomy of the content, and then moderation, observability, auditability, and become really important too, particularly around troubleshooting. So when you launch these things and there's an error, you're getting unexpected results, which is quite likely with generative AI particularly. How do you follow that whole process through to understand where that hallucination or that incorrect fact came from, and then how do you correct it? With Gen AI particularly, it's not a traditional bit of software where you have an expected outcome that's documented and that you do testing on that level. So observability and how you implement that becomes really important. The number 2 is that AI creates emotional challenges. And again, I was at a digital transformation conference the other week, and most of the conversations were not about technology at all. It was about how do you shepherd a workforce, if you like, or a company through these changes, because there's a lot of fear around AI, and rightly so. And that fear comes from lots of places, and particularly at stakeholders who are rushing in and want results now and something delivered. This first one, FOMO, fear of missing out, pressure to move fast. Everyone wants something different, so prioritization becomes a real headache. So you've got to show steady progress to some clear goals so that you know that you're actually delivering against this fear of missing out. Inaccuracy, and this is a big one, right? And I think earlier on the first presentation this morning, students are moving away from AI. One of the reasons for that is actually a lot of the time when they produce a piece of work, some of it's wrong and they don't realize because they've done it through Gen AI. And so the trust goes immediately. And this is a huge concern. So observability and moderation become really important, and making sure that that's publicized and people across the company are involved in that process so they can develop that sense of comfort with what you're doing. And then fear of replacement, which is the one that always hits the news, is that AI is taking our jobs. I'm not sure that's strictly true, but the fear is definitely real. And the way that we certainly worked the Premier League around this was to make sure that all those different departments, and we had 1 or 2 people out of each of those different teams to be heavily involved in the process of, well, what are the structure of the teams, what are the tools and technology, what they're expecting out of it, and how we're going to move this forward. It takes a lot of extra time and effort, but it's really important because, and I can tell you one horror story. So when Adobe came in, we were already down the path quite heavily with different CDPs and multi-channel orchestration platforms, different ones. Adobe wanted to use theirs, so we had to swap over to Adobe. But the team who were using that didn't like the Adobe platform. I mean, it's a brilliant platform for what it does, and we had to change around pretty quickly to adopting those Adobe tools. They never really felt that it was delivering what they wanted it to deliver, even though actually technically it could. But their hearts just weren't in it. So that becomes a really important aspect of this, is making sure that you're taking everyone with you on these decisions. So yeah, and the fear can be rechanneled into something more interesting and positive, like curiosity, ownership, and momentum. The fear of making mistakes. That's the one we need to try and get over. AI is changing delivery faster than delivery models are changing. Building is easy now. Once you've got the foundations, you can build anything with AI. So it's not so much about what you're choosing; it's how you're building it. It's what you're building and how you decide how to do that. Organization alignment, as I said before, is probably more important than focusing on the particular features that you're doing and having lots of different features and bells and whistles. That's less important. You can do that over time. And actually, the experimentation that you can do with AI tools means that you can do lots of little trials and then you know exactly which levers you should pull on to get the best results, which actually narrows down, in theory, the number of features that you deploy at production level, which becomes pretty handy. And less controls, that comfort having slightly less control, more autonomy in teams, but having the guardrails around that, which for somebody who's been managing projects and programs for a very long time, that's quite difficult kind of thing. But as everything's moving so quickly now with so many different concurrent work streams, that has to be done in a different way. And the last slide, less control, more orchestration. So governance accelerates delivery. Observability matters. That's not testing. That's having the tools so you can see exactly what's happening across the system at any time, at any point. Trust the experts in the team. So you don't have total control. You're delegating that responsibility, but everyone's aligned on that clear purpose and principles. Prioritize clearly then, and that's across the whole organisation, not just with the project team, and align around outcomes. So it's not about outputs and deliverables on a project plan. It's about achieving those ultimate goals that we're trying to reach, and getting the teams aligned around that. And then those outputs become less important. Thank you. That was it. Apologies for overrunning. I'm around all day, so if you have questions or thoughts, then please do. I'd be really interested to have a chat. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Ed. Very good. So next up, we have lessons from deploying AI in the public sector.
Mike,
I'm trying to speak up.
there you are.
Okay, particularly in the public sector, in a small district council of around about 650 staff, with a very small budget, with exceedingly large quantities of unstructured data, and with a really weird and wonderful workforce who run the gamut of every emotion under the sun, as you've probably just heard from our friend in the Premier League, Ed. You'll be hearing a lot from a lot of different people today and tomorrow over really exciting things that AI can do. There's people out there telling you about how it's mapping the seabed. There's people telling you how it's improving lives. I'm going to start with something probably seemingly less exciting. You said? A letter. Okay? Nothing important, nothing big, just one of the hundreds of letters that gets sent out by the public sector to its residents, its businesses, every day. A letter that is legally very accurate. Okay? Nothing untoward about the letter, nothing nasty about the letter, nothing particularly dramatic. And it's just asking our resident to do something. Probably, potentially online if you can, please, but it's asking them to do something. But to the 80-year-old recipient, it's complete gibberish. It's completely undecipherable. And we used AI to rewrite those letters. After some iteration of a prompt, we used Copilot, obviously. It was rewriting those letters in the way we wanted them to be rewritten. And it was doing it at a really fast pace. The issue being that that was what we wanted. the speed that that generated, the time saving that that generated, enabled us to go and speak to the people who received the letters, those with lived experience. But it also enabled us to go to others like Ace Anglia, who are an accessibility group in Suffolk, to review those letters. We took that information, we fed it back into the prompt, and we now have something that writes letters really quickly and enables people, most importantly, to understand them. So it now works for the person it was meant to serve in the first instance, not just us. And we can have something that rewrites them and makes them meaningful in moments. That difference is immediate. But there is a but, and there's always a but in these things. And it didn't come without some lessons. And I'm going to share the lessons that we learned today. Again, slightly sort of parochial and weird, but I want to share them because I'm hoping they'll be of use to you guys, whether you're looking to implement, whether you're looking to build AI, or whether you're investing in the tools that are being talked about today. But before that, quick rewind. You'll have seen some of this already. But what's interesting for here is the vacuum that we existed in as a public sector organisation. In November 2022, ChatGPT launched, and by February 2023, there were reports of 100 million users per month. March, the same year, Microsoft announced Copilot Pro. Yay, we had something that would work within the tools that we already used, with all the guardrails we needed, etc. At that point, however, most organisations, mine included, had no governance for this stuff, had no policies, had nothing. And there was nothing out there about how to use it, but staff were already asking if they could use it, and in most cases, using it outside of the corporate enterprise area. So we did something that probably felt a little bit unpopular at the time. We told people to hold still, all right, and not do much, because we wanted to do something safe, not because we didn't see the opportunity, but we wanted to be safe about how we used it. We could see the opportunity. We could see that something integrated out the box like Copilot with its own guardrails, with enterprise security, with identity and compliance controls, designed in rather than bolted on or configured by what is, to all intents and purposes, a very small IT team. There are 6 people in my team in Baber and Mid, was what we needed. It was exactly the thing that Microsoft had announced. But that did mean waiting, because at that point, to get onto Copilot Pro, you needed to buy 300 licenses as a minimum. Going to my senior leadership team and saying, I want to spend 100K on something, and yeah, I can't tell you what the benefits are, and yes, it's nascent technology, was a little bit, yeah, the answer was no at that point. So we did continue to wait, but we did something important during that time. We did the unglamorous work. We built a business case for the pilot. We tried to understand what the pilot would do, what we would look for it to identify, and what governance we would need. But there was nothing, literally nothing out there in terms of governance. And in January 2024, central government delivered something called the AI Playbook. So we had been building this governance in the meantime. And when we reviewed the playbook, we were really excited. We thought we'd have something that we could actually align our governance with and see if we got things right. Yeah, no, is the short answer. It had some really nice principles that adopted what we'd done, but actually it was really about building AI rather than using tools that were already out there. And that scared us. So we went to get an auditor to come and help us understand what we'd done and whether what we'd done was right. We got an external auditor who turned up and said, this is really exciting because we've never audited anything like this before. So again, we still felt quite nervous. In August of, is it August? No. August of the AI Act came out from AU, and that did provide a little bit more information. But that was August. And that was about the same time that Microsoft said you no longer have to buy 300 licenses. So we got an approval and we bought 30 licenses and we sent out an invite to the whole organization, not cherry-picked, nothing, and said, who wants to try this tech? And we got to build some use cases and various other bits and pieces. The initial phase of that was to mainly see if we could get productivity gain. The productivity gain that was being shown across the world as being 20, 40, depending on where you were, %. It should be said, though, that the governance horse bolted back here. It was gone. And today, not August 2024, but today, we are still putting and building, fixing the fence, that governance fence constantly, because the tech moves really quickly. The governance stuff doesn't. Delivery models don't fit anymore. As you've probably heard actually in the last talk, you have to do things differently, so you have to trial. So what did we get in productivity? We got 8%. It's measured, but remember, this isn't in a clean, well-prepared data environment. This is in a public sector data environment where people have got stuff in SharePoint sites, team sites, bloody everywhere, and we weren't connecting into any line of business systems at this point. This was literally just what people could do themselves with Copilot Pro, nothing more. It was 8%. I need to be really careful about this number. We did measure this, and this is what our best users got, not everybody. Okay, so the best users, it arrived for specific people, doing specific things in specific ways. And when we looked at what distinguished them from other users who were getting less, it wasn't digital maturity at all, actually. It was being curious, quite frankly. Curious, knowing their own subject area really well and being able to understand where it was hallucinating, where it wasn't necessarily telling the truth. It's very difficult to say it without talk about AI without anthropomorphizing it, to be brutally honest, and I struggle with that still today. But basically, they were simply confident in experimenting, but were balancing that with good judgment. They knew their job well, were able to ask clearly from it what they wanted, were happy to tweak that, do sense check, and improve the output rather than taking it as face value. But most importantly, they were the ones who, when we did the training, listened most about the inherent flaws in LLMs and the fact that it's determining the most probable next token in its response. And because they took that on board, they weren't scared when it was wrong. They didn't think it was them that was at fault. They knew that the AI might be at fault and would try and try again. The IT team were also learning at that time. Sorry, I have to pick this up. And we were starting to understand how we could try and make this repeatable. We are a small team. We do not have the money to go out and build agents or the resources to go out and build agents. So we built something what we called meta prompts. It's probably just structured prompts to everybody else in this room, but we started building those and reusing them. You remember that letter I mentioned? We built a meta prompt that anybody in the organization can now use to create and rewrite their letters based off the information that they had. It can now be used by anybody. And those meta prompts have become our main output in ICT. District councils are very complex organisations. Anyone who works in a public sector will know that it's a weird business. You don't normally put a planning team and a waste recycling team and a housing team in the same business if you're trying to do this profitably. That's why it's the public sector. But it does mean it's quite tricky. And therefore, we have to think carefully about where that can be used. So when we were doing our meta prompts, we were careful about what we used them for. Things where consistency of output wasn't necessarily key, but the spirit of that consistency was key. So letters, comms, guidance, training, or where their use simply would speed stuff up for people. We even built a prompt that helped people to build their own meta prompts. So a sort of meta prompt. It all got weird, is to put it mildly. In fact, the whole journey's been a bit weird, and anybody who's been using AI for a while will realise that you all have weird moments. So the first thing was, should we get the AI to read our AI policy? And we're like, oh Christ, what does that mean? Is that the Watchmen watching the Watchmen? And what does that mean? We've had, even most recently, we've had weird things like Copilot comes with a create function that allows you to create videos from PowerPoints. Okay? And we use our we've created a training video for our Microsoft Copilot chat training. The text-to-speech piece, for some bizarre reason that no one still knows, decided it should be in French because of the word chat, which is cat in French. Take the word chat out, and it went back to English. Put the word chat back in, and we had French again. So we had to rewrite the whole bloody thing and try and avoid the word chat because we had a short time to turn it around in. Alongside that weirdness, we found something else out. So each one of our 650 plus staff has a slightly different belief about AI. All right? Some believe that using it full stop is cheating because it's not right. Some believe that it's going to destroy the planet because of the energy use. There's another learning point. Absolutely no one can tell you how much energy it's using at any one point, and the figures vary wildly from, I think, 0.3 watt hours for a prompt to 3 watt hours, which is a huge difference, and there's a whole load of variables in there that make it really difficult to do. And Mid-Suffolk, being one of the first green district councils in the country, that was an interesting conversation to try and have with councillors about its use. So it sort of ran the full gamut in terms of people's belief, from Skynet to the silver bullet. All right, and it really did, with people saying it's going to destroy the world and others saying it's going to solve everything. Those who started using it in anger realised that it was probably not going to do either just yet. And certainly people starting using it realised that it wasn't necessarily going to take their job just yet. But something else happened that made all of that feel small, even the 8%. One of our trailblazers, that's what we called the Copilot Pro users, sadly because Trailblazers has AI in the title, so just don't ask, public sector and our weirdness, is also neurodivergent. And when they fed back to our artificial governance board, they said, and literally, they truly felt for the first time that they could fully engage with work. That individual has ADHD. And that individual did a lovely presentation, which he hasn't allowed me to share, but he has allowed me to talk to you about, that said that his ADHD comes, he describes it as a Star Wars thing. So the dark side of the Force and the light side of the Force. So the light side of the Force means he can focus, hyper-focus on things. The dark side of the Force of that is he's late to shit. He's really late to certain meetings. And as a result, he doesn't want to engage when he's late to a meeting because he doesn't know whether the question he wants to ask has already been answered in the bit that he wasn't attending. Copilot now allows him to ask that question in the chat without interrupting the meeting, if that meeting is being recorded, to get the answer. And he now engages fully. He also, because he's in IT, remembers certain things and forgets certain things. There are certain things we do on an annual basis that just slip out of his mind. Copilot now finds that for him easy. So he found it really, really beneficial to his engagement at work. And as I say, it sort of really didn't mean anything anymore around 8% productivity. It meant that we were helping people. And I've been in IT for 30 odd years. And in all my time in IT, I've never known a tool to be able to do that. None of your dragon speech, none of the other stuff, nothing has done that. We learnt a lot as a result of that. And the tool, AI and LLMs particularly, have a lot they can offer. But it has to be done carefully. And I'm going to talk you through sort of briefly the 3 key lessons we learned. The first one is what we describe as know your limits. So we are clear that people should only use AI for the things they can verify. Okay? AI will not tell you what you don't know. Only you know what you don't know. It'll produce something quite easily that looks finished and sounds completely authoritative. But it could also be missing exactly the thing that a really experienced colleague who sat next to you would spot immediately. We've seen staff use it to generate, so like most public sector organisations, and probably like everybody, we use a lot of SaaS tools. Okay, and we have super users out there who use those SaaS tools, and they have access to things like SQL consoles as part of those SaaS tools. We have seen users use it to generate SQL that works. It's not performant at all, and it has slowed line of business systems down as it's gone into the reporting engine and locked records in the back end. So you have to be really careful about how you use it. The lesson isn't don't use it. The lesson is preparation. Give people the context. What to ask, what to check, and what not to do. But most importantly, teach them at a level that's understandable. Don't start going into transformers and all of the joy that that is, but why it's inherently flawed. Many of them come into using AI, especially in a wide organisation like the public sector, or a wide sector like the public sector, where the demographics of users are vast in terms of ranges. They come into it believing what they've read in the press. They believe the hype, and they're scared of what it might be capable of. But a subject matter expert who's using it to do things soon spots those issues. And if they don't know its inherent flaws, they can believe the issue is the way they're using it, not the tool. Those who got the 8%, they really listened when we talked about the inherent flaws. And they're the ones who really got the most benefit out of testing and retrying and being curious and realizing that nothing disastrous was going to happen as long as they verified and they checked and they reiterated. The second lesson, think about how your customers will use it. We made a massive mistake. We thought about us. Quite a public sector thing, actually. It's all about us. We stuck inside and we thought about how it would be used for us. We have a thing called Chicken Gate in Baber and Mid. There's a chap out there selling my FOI, and it's giving me slight palpitations when I think about it. But with Chicken Gate, to all intents and purposes, there are a bunch of activist groups who've jumped on the AI bandwagon and created tools for people, public, to use to do things. In this instance, there is a tool out there that allows people to put in planning objections that are generated by AI. We had a chicken farm extension taking place in the north of Mid-Suffolk, and we had way over 1,000 responses to that within a matter of hours, all into the mailbox. The planning team were scared senseless. They thought we'd been hacked because of the volume and the pace. We were thinking, Christ, how do we block this? This is insane. It's going to get insane. It wasn't a hack. It was just the AI tool, and it was really clever. Now, The issue isn't here the fact that this stuff was wrong. We have ways of dealing with stuff that is wrong or is incorrect and factually incorrect or isn't a material condition, to use our planning terms, teams tool terms, but it's the volume and the scale. These weren't single paragraph objections or even single sentences. These were documents 10 to 20 pages long, full of legalese that some poor sod had to sit down and read through to understand. So scale is a real issue. And you remember I talked about a policy vacuum earlier? It still exists for public sector. We still have issues that we don't know how to deal with that stuff. We still have vast volumes of stuff coming in. Anybody who works in an economic development team or an economy team within a public sector will send out grant options and people will send in grant applications. The number that now come in that are AI generated, it's become easy for people to spot. We've become very good at spotting it's not X, it's Y. You know, we've become very good at spotting that stuff, but we do have to read them and we have to review them. So the volume is a real issue for us, and there's still nothing from central government to help us in that space. The last lesson, it's everyone's responsibility. So I've got another example here. So we have an HR system and it released an upgrade, and that upgrade included a chatbot for a specific functional area, in this case payroll. And ICT did what ICT do. Basically, we configured what we could within the constraints that the vendor had chosen to expose. Then following our correct process of doing a bit of smoke testing, making sure it worked, we pushed it over to HR to test it. HR tested it based on what we told them it would do and said it's fine. It was signed off. It went live on a Wednesday night. It went live in the evening rather than during the day so that we can have some control over that in the evening. Next morning, a real user, someone with a genuine concern around their pay, someone doing exactly what you'd expect a real user to do, asked the bot how they might go about resolving that concern. I'm not going to tell you what the answer was. It's not an unreasonable question. It's exactly what they would have asked a colleague in HR. All right, they asked the bot because the bot was in the HR toolset. The answer that came back alarmed everybody who saw it. By Thursday afternoon, the bot was turned off. That's not the lesson. The lesson is what then followed, which was the inevitable conversation about whose fault it was that this went live. ICT testing was done by the department. They signed it off. It's their job. Yeah. The business owner or the HR owner basically said, yeah, we weren't told what we were actually signing off. We tested in good faith. You didn't tell us how it could fail. And the supplier went, well, product was configured by you and sent out. All of those answers are defensible, but they're not really very satisfactory. And that's where the model changes. And here's what I really want to say to everyone directly in this room. And if you can take it to anybody out there who's building this stuff or anything else, I'd be really grateful. When AI ships, either one you're building in, investing in, or employing, whether it's embedded in an enterprise product or not, you own part of the outcome of that conversation. You are responsible for part of the outcome of that conversation. We now have really detailed AI evaluation processes as a result of that. I mean, a spreadsheet that's probably about 300 rows long that someone needs to answer questions about bias and all sorts of bits and pieces on. Those of you who have thought about this, whether you're employing it, whether you're building it, whether you're investing in it, whether you're evaluating it, those of you who have the right guardrails are the ones who will win those conversations and those outcomes and will win that work. Responsibility in this instance is everybody's, whether you build it, invest it, buy it, or deploy it. I started with a letter. I sort of want to finish there because it's easy at an event sort of like this to get sort of caught up in scale, what the technology can do. People are building extraordinary things, but we mustn't lose sight of the thing that makes it worth doing. That letter worked. The person who receives it understood it, what was being asked of them. They were able to respond. The process that had previously failed someone was now stopping, and that was now working for them. All because someone used a powerful tool thoughtfully within a system that was designed to make that thoughtful use possible, and with the relevant quality checks that meant that the output wasn't just faster, but better. And that's what AI can do when deployed safely and thoughtfully. I hope some of that's useful to some of you. And I say, I was going to make a joke right about the beginning about us not being Premier League, but Ipswich are back in it now, so I won't. So thank you for your time. If there's any questions, I'll take them.
Brilliant. Any questions?
Is the chatbot on the HR function back on now?
Nope.
What was the overall lesson of that?
The overall lesson of that is that we need to rebuild our. So the first is our evaluation process needed to be fixed so that we were checking things correctly. The second is we're working with directorates and others at the moment to understand how we better test the failure modes. We're never going to capture them all, but where is good enough is, understanding what is good enough is one of the key things we're trying to work through. We still haven't gone live. This is now 2 months after it was first released, and those questions will continue. Some want to focus on the blame game. We just want to focus on making it move better and work right for the right people. We work in an organisation where we have unions, so we've got to be really careful and include all of the key stakeholders, including the unions in this. So one of the things we have said from the outset is that we won't allow AI to replace people. And what we've learned through the chatbot, because we've been using chatbots and LMs rather than anything else, is it probably won't, because it's very difficult for it to do everything that a person does in their day-to-day. So yeah, the lessons are still being learned. As I said, the holes in the fence are still being mended after the. I mean, it feels like the horse is in another bloody country, not just vaulted.
How do you protect data, even though in such a responsible kind of position in the public sector?
It's a really good question. So we have a whole load of stuff in place. So in terms of, he was talking about observability earlier. We have Microsoft Purview, so we're able to see how it's used. We only have a limited number of full-fat Copilot users. That's what we call it. The biggest issue we had when we rolled this out was something we call unintended permissions. All right, so we allow users to create their own permissions on SharePoint sites, on team sites, various other bits and pieces. And what we discovered quite quickly and early on was we needed a method to capture where something was being surfaced, where the unintended permission was in place. And that's what we do. Most of our core line of business system data stays in line of business systems. We don't surface it this way. It will be in reports and it will already be aggregated. It will already be, to a certain extent, cleaned from a worry about it going out. The way that Copilot works, nothing leaves our tenant. So we're controlled from that perspective. It's an ongoing battle around data, particularly around data governance and people understanding their own responsibility in that. And we are rolling out additional data governance training to all directorates as a result of not just this, but a whole host of things. Releasing Power BI to a whole load of users, and they're building dashboards and not minimizing data and then allowing people to export it. Those sort of things become real concerns for us. But we've got to balance the need for pace within an organization that has been cut from a resource perspective and a funding perspective with the risk associated with that data being exposed.
So you shifted it from a kind of external data challenge to more of an internal data security. Well,
Yeah.
You're an employer, I'm an employer, I may be able to potentially see something.
Yeah.
If there's some user profile challenge, let's just say within SharePoint because it's inherited, but it doesn't mean suddenly it's going to go.
No one's going to see external at that point. They could send it, they could stick it in an email and send it if they wanted to.
Sure.
But at that point, we've got all the normal processes around data breach and everything else in place and the training that follows if there's a big data breach. We made sure right at the outset that we had fast reporting solutions, not via the help desk, a separate or distinct reporting solution if there was people surfacing data they shouldn't be able to see. Teams, we immediately turned Teams from being, you can't make a public team site to a private team site. You can't make a public SharePoint site to, so we turned extra bits on that help protect us. Yes, sir.
I could see using this stuff if I worked in the office. Are you deploying this out into the field?
Well, we do have remote working, so it's still part of our tenant in terms of the way people log on and authenticate. We haven't really bought anything more than Copilot at the moment that integrates within our tenant. We have got the odd tool here and there, but they're very specific to swap his phrase, to verticals, not horizontals. So we're getting specific tools around planning because it needs to be trained specifically on planning, and Copilot just isn't good enough for that. So we will go to the vendor marketplace to get that, and that's where the AI eval comes in.
So have you refused or opened up any of the agents or other sort of AI sort of abilities? Well, you mentioned something about planning and people sending in large documents. So that's an external facing one.
That's an external facing thing. That's not us building. That's literally an activist group who have created that tool set we get submissions daily, and every planning application, people are entitled to respond and say they don't want it in their area. The interesting thing about the chicken gate piece is that over 60% of those responses, whilst they came into our mailbox, didn't come from anywhere in the UK. And that's the joy of the World Wide Web. So they were coming, we had loads from Germany and loads from America. And in our terms, we can't accept those because you're not a resident of the area, and therefore it's not a legitimate material concern, I think is the phrase that is used by planning. But it is an issue for us across the piece. We did job advert not long ago for an information governance officer. We got a lovely AI generated application, but in it had references to websites where they'd worked. A quick drill down into those websites also showed those were AI generated as well. So there is a lot more due diligence needed about stuff coming in than we've had previously. And there is, as I say, there's a vacuum around that. We do fall back on it needs to be accurate. You need to be the one, you're responsible for the submission, not us. All of the stuff that we're allowed to from a legal and fraud perspective, but it's the volume that causes the concern, especially as the public sector has just shrunk and shrunk and shrunk over years, and trying to deal with 3,000 responses that have appeared over 3 days is, the planning team were running around, no pun intended, like headless chickens.
Sort of follow up. You mentioned some evaluation criteria.
Yeah.
That you have. Can you tell like the key sort of metrics within that?
Oh, blimey. So we talk about, at a very high level, where's the data being processed? So as a public sector, we have to follow ICUs and EU GDPR rules. So we don't want anything going to the States, which is really interesting in the AI world because still most of it is hosted in the States, particularly anything that's using OpenAI APIs and various other bits and pieces. So we limit by sovereignty of where the data is being processed. We also ask questions about how any training model has been tested for bias, because obviously as a public sector, we've got to be really careful not to be biased. And there is a list of questions, but they come back to the similar sort of cybersecurity questions you would normally see for a normal tool set, but we've had to bolster that with things around particular AI threats, like blank text in emails being read by an AI as being an instruction, not blank text, white text on a white background, AI injection. So we've had to adapt that list, and we're doing it constantly. We've only just released version 3. Version 1 only came out a year ago. So it's a constant battle in terms of getting that right. And the one thing I must do is thank the people who also helped us. So there were those in the public sector who were able to afford 300 licenses up front. So the Somersets, the Barnsleys, and we learned a lot from them. But anybody who's done information governance at a high level will know that it still needs to be contextually aligned to your organization. So we have to take that and twist that and turn that and make it fit for us.
Any more questions? Oh, sorry.
Hi. We're not doing agents. Just banned the use for now. Yeah. Technically, they are blocked from creating agents. Yeah. So the Copilot Pro users, we have regular catch-ups. I'm missing one today with our Trailblazers. We have a regular catch-up where we talk about what's new stuff's come out in Copilot, what's good, what's not. So the XL agent, if anyone's ever used that, God help you. Talk about Sledgehammer to crack a nut in terms of it's probably the most brutalistic way of creating formula I've ever seen in my life. They work, but as soon as you add another variable into it, it fails. So you then have to rebuild the whole thing again. So we sort of explain by teaching, but also we've blocked to make sure they don't use them. We will be looking at how we fix that because it's something we do need to do. We're more likely to do it in very specific functional areas where we can control the data better than allowing end users to do it.
You've had the wonderful role of giving out 30 licenses. What does the next rollout look like?
So funding is the key issue. All right. So we've been given funding for another 50 licenses, which would then make it to just over 10% of our organisation population. Everyone has to go through. They have to apply for it. They can't just request it from the help desk. They have to put in a business case. They have to attend training, and we control it that way. We did last year. We saw a load of requests for additional licenses. That has dropped off, particularly as we've been able to transfer some of the stuff that people have been doing in Copilot Pro into the free version. As long as we build the meta prompts with the constraints around 30 responses, those sort of things, people are able to use that and they're happy to use that more than they don't need it in everything. I think the ubiquity of Copilot chat across the Microsoft estate also started to put people off. It was bloody everywhere. And that's being rolled back by Microsoft, or was rolled back by Microsoft not long ago. So we are seeing a shift, and it might be down to what I think Peter Scott was saying this morning about the backlash. I think the hype, people are getting a bit fed up with the hype and realizing that the expectation isn't quite what they expected. When Copilot first came out, we expected to do wonderful things. Copilot Co-work comes out in July, I think. That's what we sort of expected to be able to do on day one, and it couldn't. So we have seen that shift. And as people have used it, so we talked about it being a minute taker. We've changed that. It takes notes, not minutes, because of the accuracy. So we've been really careful about how we then sell it and put the messaging out. So yeah, we will have another 50 licenses. I've got them in, they're ready to go out. We're going to send out the next advert for people to sign up in the next couple of weeks, and we'll go through a similar process. We've had to change our training because of the way the tool sets have changed. So it's a constant job of keeping up. The pace of the technology far outweighs our ability to adapt at the moment, especially the scale of the organisation.
Any more for any more? We're done. Okay, so we'll call it
Thank you.
lunch. Thank you so much. So we're back at one with a vibe coding session. But if you want sandwiches or anything, there's a sandwich van out front. So, see you at lunch.
Okay.
No, that's all right.
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you had a good lunch. Welcome to the second tranche of today's activities. And I am really delighted to introduce Mike. I hear from Peter that you were kind of good friends and
Yes.
were the rock stars
Oh.
in this domain. So we're absolutely delighted to hear from you today.
Oh, that's very kind. Rock stars. Wow.
Yeah,
That's a throwback word. That comes from a company we run called Word Tracker back in the 90s. Hi, everyone. I'm Mike Mindell. And I started writing software when I was 8 years old. I'm 52 now, so that's been about, I don't know, 44 years of writing software. And the last time that I wrote a line of code was January this year. Because things are really, really changing, as we all know. And that's what I used to love doing. Now, I've moved from writing the code to actually becoming a builder. So I've made a bit of a mindset shift. And I've done so because I first heard about the term vibe coding back in February 25 last year. I was in Sangha. It's a co-working space in Madeira, Funchal's capital of Madeira. Sangha is the co-working space. There was this American lady, and she was in one of those phone booths, and she was absolutely distraught because her vibe-coded app was not behaving the way that she expected. Her ball bouncing across the screen was defying the laws of gravity, and I thought, wow, things are going to change. Now I'm going to step out the way here and let the slides do the talking because we're going to whiz through about 30 slides in 20 minutes. I'm going to take 5 minutes of the Q&A session up because I want to give myself the space to really get across this message. So if you'll forgive that, we're going to begin. So vibe coding. I have 2 clickers as well because I'm controlling my Mac and the screen, so do bear with. So vibe coding was coined by Andrew Karpathy back in February 25, and the vibe part isn't the AI. It's that you're not actually reading what's coming out of the vibe coding system that you're involved in. You put in a signal and you're getting back the end result. You're trying to shift the button over here. You're trying to change the spacing between 2 pieces of content, right? You're not actually looking at the code. And this, for the first time, was a shift that I was really, really not expecting. It's exciting vibe coding. It's fast. It's intoxicating. But here's what's wrong with it. Basically, vibe coding is building on quicksand. Day 3 feels like solid ground, but it really isn't. It's like breathing carbon dioxide in a sealed room. The danger is invisible until your judgment fails. So I think that every prompt to app system, this is quite opinionated, by the way, so please bear with. I think every prompt to app system follows the same shape. You have the ascent and your prompt ship. Your friends are turning around to you and saying, wow, you built that in 30 minutes. You're amazing. You're a god. You're an AI god, right? But the actual prompt ship leads you to an ascent. You're picking out your yacht. You're putting your name on the yacht, but it's, right? You have the descent afterwards. It doesn't stay the same. The descent is you start thinking, I want to remove this feature over here, and you pull it out, and it's got half its wiring still intact. You're like, oh, that's annoying. And you're trying to remove that gap I mentioned between 2 blocks of content, and you're using up tokens, and round you go. And what's happening is that each prompt is costing more and delivering less. It's the, how do I put it? It's existential angst, really, is what we're talking about. If you remember Edward Munch, I think that's how you spell it, The Scream from 1893, actually. What's being produced is actually creating existential angst. That's the day 30 feeling. You've got code you can't read, history you can't touch, can't trust, excuse me, and an app that you can't touch. And it follows the same pattern. Day 1 feels amazing. Day 10, something's broke, but what's broken? You don't know, right? Day 30, you're afraid to touch anything. Every fix introduces 2 new bugs. It's so annoying. And day 90, you are rewriting from scratch because it's easier than working out what's, entangled, basically. I like to call this vibe debt. Now, you know technical debt, yeah? It's the cost of taking shortcuts in software development that can create extra work later. Well, vibe debt, it compounds it. You just get technical debt faster. So you vibe code a feature in 2 hours, you had a login form, it looks great, but the logic's been duplicated in 5 places, no tests exist, naming is inconsistent, nobody understands the flow, and next month you introduce a small change and it breaks production. And you're like, I've just rolled this thing out and it's breaking and my customers are getting upset, right? This is vibe debt. And you might think to yourself, oh, well, shall I just stop then? And my answer to this and the whole purpose of this talk is no, there is actually an alternative. God, I really love the way it takes over the whole screen. Brilliant. The alternative is something that I didn't coin, but I really believe is the answer to this, and that is agentic engineering. You have vibe coding, which I've just explained, and then you have agentic engineering. And what is that? Well, what you're doing is you are spending more time structuring the context, the workflows, the guardrails up front, so that the agents become exponentially more useful later. Guardrails. You're trading instant momentum, that quick fix. Give it to me now. You're trading that instant momentum for a foundation that lasts. I believe it's made up of 3 properties. Every single change is traceable, so you can explain what's happened. One small change, you make it atomic, singular, traceable. The second thing is that it's reversible. Any single change can be undone at a moment's notice. And then it's tied to real objectives. So every change links back to a vision, a goal, a top level goal. And what's happening is that, and this is the thing that people don't tell you, is that when you actually create a framework like this, where the engineering is done with AI agents inside a structured workflow, the prompting gets simpler. You might be used to creating very long prompts, expansive, huge prompts to just tell the agent what to do. But actually, when you have a structured workflow, a little bit work up front, jam later, you actually can do simple prompts like, I don't like this, I'll change that, can you move that? And the system understands what you mean. So now we can look at the same approach done with vibe coding and agentic engineering. Excuse me, I'm just going to take a sip of water because my mouth is a little dry. On day one, think of the tortoise and the hare. On day one, with the vibe coding, you've got a running app. Everyone loves it. You're still setting up with agentic, right? You're getting your systems, you're getting a vision in place. By day 10, you're thinking what change has broken this with the vibe coding, but you can find the breaking change in 30 seconds when it comes to agentic. I'm afraid to touch anything by day 30. Confident refactoring, atomic reverts, that singular reverts, put a feature in, take it out, really simply. By day 90, you're rewriting from scratch. But with agentic engineering, your code base is still navigable. It's still changeable. Now, the way to think about it, tortoise and hare style, vibe coding is compounding debt. Each change makes the next change harder, whereas agentic engineering is compounding returns. Each well-structured change makes the next change easier. You are compounding wins over time. Does it make sense? Good. See a couple of people nodding. I like the nodding. This is good. Right. So breaking it down very simply, there's 2 types of agentic engineering I think that are important. The 2 card rails. Kapathy gave us context engineering. That's telling agents what to know. And that means deciding what enters the agent's mind for the task at hand. For instance, the current task, the process, the relevant docs. Good engineering, good context engineering is selective. It doesn't mean dump everything into a giant prompt. It means give the agent the minimum high quality context needed for the correct action. It needs to push against selectivity to do its best work. And the second thing that came from Nate B. Jones is intent engineering. And that's telling the agent what it wants and what good looks like. Without intent, the agent can work correctly on the wrong thing. 2 types of agentic engineering, both worth knowing. What we're creating is guardrails, not walls. We're keeping the flow. We've got discipline that enables flow, not discipline that, obstructs it. So for the past few months, we've been working on something called Stride. You've probably seen us out there. This is using Claude Code at the moment and creating guardrails that basically keep you honest. This is a system, like I showed you before, where you've got guardrails, not walls. We're keeping the flow. And I'm going to just show you how it works. This is about the process of creating agentic engineering. You don't have to use this product. It's more about I'm selling you on an idea, on a process, a way to move past day 30. So the first thing you do is you create your vision. And it's basically produces a vision.md for those who know what I'm talking about, the markdown. Does everyone know what markdown is up here? It's structured content. Markdown had lots of, okay, good. Markdown, you write, it's like writing HTML, but simpler. You need a basic amount of structure to actually tell the agent what to do. And this is the anchor. The Vision MD is the anchor that everything else, the issues, the commits, the PRs, it all traces back to. And you've got two paths, basically. You've got a quick version. So you answer one question, get a sensible vision in a couple of minutes. Or you go through the 7-question, 15-minute, really go into detail. And you basically have 7 sections in the detailed version, which is what it delivers, who it's for, why it exists, why now. And the most important thing that came out is the success criteria. When I was going through this process, I realized that actually the success criteria was what kept the project alive. The vision wasn't just a single document you create at the start. It's actually something that you interact with regularly and you improve it, a live document over time. So this single file, this Vision MD, is the anchor that every issue, every commit, every PR request traces back to. You ask vaguely, Stride asks back. So you simply go linear, plan work, and with the vision in place, you put in the work you want to do. It asks you what you think you're trying to achieve from your vision. For instance, your vision says every Stride release is understandable to first-time users. You'll have an interaction. The interaction is the guardrail. The Q&A is what turns your vague intent into a real piece of work anchored to the vision. And it's all done in under a minute. You can be quite loose with your anchor. You can really, your plan work issue. You can say, I want to do a bit of this, I want to do a bit of that, and it will tease out of you the actual vision itself. And this becomes a card, which you're going to see in a second. So how can we see what we're doing here? We've created issues. We're like, well, great, but where do we put it? And the issue, it doesn't just sit in a folder. It lives on a board, right? It's about making your work visible to create better work, ultimately. And this mechanism is borrowed from somewhere unexpected. Who here knows what a Kanban board is? Okay, that's interesting. That's only like a third of the room. Okay, interesting. Kanban board, it comes from Toyota. Kanban means signboard in Japanese. It was developed at Toyota in the 1940s by Teiichi Ono, I think that's how you spelled it, and it solves a big problem, which is congestion and overproduction. Teiichi realized that too much work happening inside a system creates bottlenecks. He realized that factories break when you push work into the system faster than the system can absorb it. What's the solution? The solution is to pull, not push. Cool, simple, just a change of context, right? The cards to the right told workers what to make next, so they only made that. It stopped overproduction, it made work visible, it changed Toyota's trajectory going forwards. And you know what? We can do the same thing for software. We can use Kanban for software too. Each of these columns, backlogs to do, doing, in review, waiting, and done, each of these is its own column. Each of these cards can be pulled through by the system. And you can avoid the agents over-engineering by limiting the work in progress to just 2 or 3 cards at a time. So you see what's being planned, you see what's in flight and what was done, and that gives context for you, your AI agent, your team. The board is essentially the agent's memory. It's a memory across sessions, and without it, every AI session starts blind. So tomorrow's agent knows where you left off. It's important. It also improves flow because you only pull work when the capacity exists. So that's great and everything, but what are we actually pulling through the system? How do we leave a trail that we can follow? And the answer to that question is we need a change that leaves a footprint. And that's what I call an atomic commit. Don't be confused or put off by the lingo. A commit, for those who use Git, is you take a block of code and you put it into a safety repository called GitHub. You've probably heard of GitHub, yes? And that code goes into GitHub. And what I'm saying by atomic is that you'll basically make it one unit. The Greek concept of an indivisible unit is atomos. You can't split it further. An example is a granite cube. Every attempt to split the granite cube has failed. Atomic commits do the same thing. You have one purpose per commit, one idea, one concept, just one feature. And the thing is, the atomic commit doesn't have to be a huge thing. It can just be like a single line. It could be just one idea. I just want to change something in a document. That one line doesn't quite work. That's an atomic idea. It can be a very large idea. I want to add a calendar, for instance, one feature to the system. So it doesn't matter how many lines of code you touch. The size is essentially irrelevant. The purpose is everything. And here's a really useful tip for the coders amongst you. Can you describe what you're committing in one sentence without and? Are you saying A and B? If it's A and B, it's two commits. If it's no and, then commit it. It's a pretty good little rule of thumb. Now, this looks a little technical, but basically this is your Git log, essentially. And it reads like English. Capture this session, trace slides to vision, define this, blah, 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 blah. As long as you commit these single ideas, developers, agents of the future can look back at your history and see what you did, how you arrived at now. It gives you the project narrative. And these commits are automatically created from the context of your latest change. You do a change, it automatically does it for you in Stride. As opposed to on the right, you may have seen this in the past, update, fix. This is the kind of agentic, the vibe coding approach where you just throw a whole lot of stuff together and call it updates. This is where you run into trouble. Now, you may be thinking, how do we actually improve this system? It's all very well. We've got a board, we've got commits running through, we've got artifacts. This is really helpful. But how do we actually improve the system? And the answer to this is that we improve the system as we go. You don't have to choose between doing the work and improving how you work. You can actually do you can do both at once, anytime. So, for instance, my brother Andy over there, when I first created the vision idea, I thought, wow, I've got this great idea. I'm sticking the vision into Stride. It's going to be fantastic. I'm going to ask everybody to produce this vision. 7 questions, 15 minutes, it's happening. Andy came back to me and said, right now the system's actually blocking me from doing the work and rather than enabling the flow. And I was like, oh my God, like cue 10 minutes soul searching and a note latte. I was like, oh man, what am I going to do? I've really got to figure this out. And he basically told me that I was disabling flow, not enabling it. So what was the fix? The fix was that I captured the cards, the linear cards. This is the Kanban system we use. I was capturing the cards whilst I was working and not breaking my flow. It turned out all I needed to do was create 2 cards to right size the vision flow, to realize I needed to break it into small project versus big project, and actually ask people, do you want to just do the 2-minute version or do you want to do the 15-minute version? And then I discovered as well that small projects need to skip the deep interview. So Andy wanted to work on a project over here, and he doesn't want to write the vision, right? He just wants to get the card committed, and the whole thing I'll deal with it later, he said. I'll just get out of my way. So I updated the vision, and I updated the whole system in flight. And then what was the really beautiful thing that came out of this was that the vision system then asked me, well, there is no success criteria that you are mapping this to, what you've just changed. And I went, yeah, you're right. What do we do? And he gave me some options and said, well, actually, what you're doing now is applying the guardrails, not walls, and encouraging discipline, but not obstructing flow. And I went, man, that's brilliant. And Claude said, you're right. So I then added that to the success criteria of the vision. And now I have adjusted the vision so that the work that I'm doing is actually making its way back into the vision. And we get this cohesive flow between what I intended to do and what I'm actually creating. And what we discovered was that the friction itself was the data. This is so valuable because now I can capture new ideas and put them back into the vision. And Andy said, lovely, keeps the flow. The friction is data. The fix happened whilst the work continued, and the fix didn't break the flow, and we kept on moving in flow. It's essential. So this raises a really important point, which is, how do we stay on track? Well, for 30 years, intelligent brains were the bottleneck. They were expensive, scarce, and the only thing that could hold context and reason about it and translate into code. AI is now commoditized intelligence. AI has taken our brains, has taken it out of our brains and commoditized it, whether we like it or not. It's a portable brain. And if you place it at the work vision seam, so that's the vision there, and that's the work. And if you place it in the seam, it's going to keep you honest. It's going to catch drift. It's going to allow you to sharpen your work until your vision and your work align. And this is the key idea I want to bring here to this table, is that the quality of the work itself, it lies in the calibration of the two of you that keep finding together turn by turn and not set once and forgotten at the beginning. The vision is a live document and the AI is keeping you honest. So what do we walk away with ultimately? I'm going to go 5 minutes into the Q&A, okay? What do we walk away with? Well, basically today's structure becomes tomorrow's leverage. You remember the compounding idea from earlier? This is where it pays off. Agentic engineering compounds. Every Kanban issue, every atomic commit, every line in your vision.md becomes higher leverage context over time. Today's structure becomes tomorrow's leverage. You buy in now and the future pays you back. You buy in now and the future pays you back. There's this wonderful interplay between Markdown files and the models. If you remember the Markdown files, a bit like HTML, heading tags, list items, it's all very simple. Just look it up if you don't know what they are. As the structured context, it's a great way for the humans and the agents to speak to each other. Your Markdown gets sharper as you refine your vision, your issues and your commit messages, and the models reading that Markdown get sharper with every release. So the rising tide lifts both. It's such an important point. I want to make it again. You write the Markdown, you keep refining that Markdown, it improves over time because you get better. You understand more about the problem domain, so you improve the Markdown. And then the models improve with time too, and they interact with each other. Models improve, Markdown improves, and the rising tide lifts both ships. So you're always producing better and better quality output. I'd like to draw this session to a close by saying it's up to you how you view AI and how you work with it, right? You can be scared of it if you want, or you can treat it like your partner. AI augments you. It can free you up to do your best work. Think of it as the owl and the bloodhound. The owl sees the whole forest from above, and that's you with your judgment, your taste, and your vision. And the bloodhound follows a scent on the ground with precision and tireless energy. That's the AI. Each is useless without the other. You don't give the owl's job to the bloodhound, and you don't ask the owl to track a scent. So what I'm saying is, use each for what it's good at. Human beings are amazing. We are all wise. There is no need to replace yourself. So I want to finish with a quote. This is the quote that guided this talk. It comes from David Thomas and Andrew Hunt from The Pragmatic Programmer. When faced with two or more alternatives that deliver roughly the same value, take the path that makes future change easier. That's what adding structured flow does with Markdown. That's what adding a Kanban board does. That's what using pull, not push does. That's what limiting work in progress does. That's what's having a Vision MD that anchors all your downstream decisions does. It all makes the future cost of change easier, and your prompts get simpler too. Whereas vibe coding, in my humble opinion, compounds debt. Each change makes the next change harder. Agentic engineering compounds returns. Each well-structured change makes the next change easier, and you are compounding wins. So, if you want to try it out, you can check it out tomorrow. And if you would like some help getting it installed and figuring it out, contact me on that QR code. My name's been Mike Mindell. I cannot believe I managed to fit that in under 25 minutes. Thank you.
Fantastic, thank you, Mike. That was a brilliant presentation.
Oh, thank you.
And even I, who am not a coder, got, I think, the kind of core messages. So
Thank you.
That's great feat. Well done.
Thank you.
Have we got any questions from the floor for Mike?
Yes. Yeah, sure. Oh,
I had one, which was obviously you spent some time at the beginning talking about vibe coding.
yeah,
Mainly, I think, to build the argument as to why you would move away from it.
yeah.
Is there any application at all that you can think of where would you use vibe coding?
Yes, absolutely. When you want to just come up with a simple interface, an admin, a dashboard, and actually, I quite enjoy Claude Design for this. So you just create a nice dashboard, you iterate over it, you choose some options, throw it into Lovable or whatever, and just create a very basic dashboard so that you've got an idea of what you want. But then from there, I think you start chewing on it and building the app. So for just the front, just initial get an idea, proof of concept. Yeah, I think it's perfect for that. I wouldn't change that. But Claude Design does a similar thing to, just create a nice interface and play and then go and do it properly. Yeah, because you need to get past day 30. Yeah.
And I would take it, obviously, the quality and of outcome is really kind of linked to both of those two strands in terms of having the vision and the discipline.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Just keeps you honest. That vision keeps you honest.
Any other questions?
Yes. Hi.
So let's say, probably a lot of people would build something which might starting off probably more of vibe coding.
Yeah.
We've got, tech debt there.
Yeah.
Vibe debt.
Vibe that. Well remembered.
And like you're not traditional software developer.
Yeah.
So how do you then go back, look at that code with an AI to get it checked properly and have untangle a mess if there is one?
You mean if there's a pre-existing mess?
Yeah, I mean, like, yeah. So I'm not a software developer.
Yeah.
Historically.
Yeah.
Still not. I code in English.
Yeah.
So how do I know without being a developer that the code is
Untangled.
good enough?
Yeah, sure. So if you remember back to an earlier slide where I talk about the atomic commits, the actual /commit command will untangle things that are related. It will pull together globs of content to make them one idea. So that's the untangling bit. But you can also use Claude to say, does it make sense? And when you've got it in its own container, you can actually say, does this container make sense? Is this one idea atomic, essentially? So that's how you can tease apart the complexity. And if it's not working for you, you can then discard it, move it out the way until you're pulling apart the things that don't work until you're left with the thing that is. But Claude will literally tell you, even if you're not a developer, whether it's actually makes sense or whether it's good enough. I mean, it helps if you have a developer eye and you know that, you want the functions to be, say, 1 to 5 lines rather than a big suite. You can give it, if you have that eye, you can tell it to make the function smaller. But ultimately, you can trust it these days, I think, to tell you whether it makes sense. But it's the teasing apart, I think, that's essential. Does that answer your question? Sweet. Anyone else? Sure.
In terms of your experience over the years since you were 8,
Yes.
you must have seen, wave after wave of kind of tech
I have.
changes.
Yeah.
What do you have any sort of predictions in terms of where do we go from here? And what do you think is going to be, how is it going to evolve?
Well, my main concern is that people will defer everything to AI and just hope it does what they want. And I think it is, sadly, heading that way, even in software, even just the way it's rolling out into the world. And I just really encourage people to just keep their own agency in mind and to treat it as a partner that you work with and not a replacement for you. I think the people that see it as a replacement are themselves going to be replaced. I think that's dangerous. That's the way I see it.
Yeah, and you've demonstrated, I think, through this how vital that human
Essential. The owl and the bloodhound.
Thank you very much.
Cool.
Brilliant.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. Cheers. I hope that wasn't too loud.
No, it's great. Thank you. Testing, testing. Let's go make sure this is working. Testing. Yeah. Pop this on here. Good to go.
Thank you.
Okay, super. Well, thank you again for those that just joined us. You missed a great presentation previously, but I am delighted to welcome Professor Harrison Morikidis from the University of Essex, where he's Professor of Computer Science, and is going to give us your views on kind of AI and cybersecurity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. Just to give you a bit of background about myself. So as was mentioned, I'm a professor of data security at the University of Essex, where I'm also the director of the Institute for Analytics and Data Science. And I guess is that kind of two roles and my engagement with two roles that have provided the input to this presentation. Around 25 years of research on data security, but also quite a bit industrial engagement on AI and machine learning. So just to give a bit of idea of the talk, and I will try, like the previous speaker, to keep it just under 25 minutes if I manage to do that. Sometimes academics like to talk a lot, so I'll try to not overtalk. There are three main areas that we will look at. The first one is how AI supports our defenses. The second perspective is how AI can support attackers. And the third one is how we can attack AI. But before saying and focusing on any of those, I would just like to reemphasize something that I'm sure everybody in this room is familiar with, but I need to make a clear point about it. We all know how important computer systems are in every aspect of our life. And cybersecurity, because of that importance, has moved from an option that it used to be 30, 40 years to a necessity. So it's not about securing anymore a random server in a random data center. It's about securing the systems that help us communicate with friends and family, the systems that help us with our healthcare, the systems that help with energy and other critical infrastructure. So security is an absolute necessity, not an option. And please keep that in mind for the rest of the talk. Just also to give you a little bit of few numbers to demonstrate the scale of the problem. So back in 2024, a survey indicated that the global cost of cybercrime was around $9.5 trillion. $9.5 trillion. I guess just to put that in perspective, only the United States and China GDPs are higher than that number. So think of that as a global figure and number. What is also quite interesting is that a cyber attack usually happens every 39 seconds. So approximately every minute, we have 2 attacks that are taking place globally. Again, try to calculate how many attacks we will have by the end of this festival tomorrow. So the numbers are significant, and the scale of the problem is very important. I would also like to pick up one more number. That's the global shortage of cybersecurity professionals worldwide, and that is just around 4 million people. So it's a significant shortage that we have in a time that attacks become more and more common, and the ability of the attackers is significantly increasing. Another perspective on that discussion is humans, the human factor on all of that. So computer systems, as I just discussed, exist within the human social environment. And research has clearly shown that the human error is the #1 root cause of that. Sometimes it's just a silly mistake. So instead of sending an email to John A, you send it to John B. It doesn't sound much, but it is an actual data breach. Sometimes it's about a lot of attacks currently. They're focusing on the human elements of cybersecurity rather than the technical aspects of that, the famous social engineering. So security is not anymore a technical problem. It is a socio-technical problem, and we need to deal with it in that way. Culture, training, and awareness do matter as much as the technical solutions that we are developing. And again, please remember that element of the human factor when I go through the rest of the talk. So let's focus on the first dimension, AI supporting cybersecurity, supporting defenders. I did say about the 4 million unfilled roles globally. And I totally agree with the comment that Mike made earlier on. AI is not to replace, it's to support. And this is where we can see a lot of support on not fulfilling those roles, but helping those that are currently on those roles to improve the activities and improve the way that they can deal with cybersecurity. AIs can provide speed, can provide accuracy, can provide efficiency. And that is something that cybersecurity professionals need. They can help us get a better understanding of the threats and isolate those threats much faster than a human will be able to do. So, and obviously they operate with a 24/7 automation that makes it very important in terms of cybersecurity. But also, in my point of view, what really helps in that situation is that AI help us to move from a reactive incident response approach to a more predictive response approach. And it does this across 4 different areas. The first one is it can help to forecast where and how breaches will occur and help us to react much better and reallocate resources that can help with those incidents. The second one is that it can support with providing recommendations that help us configure security controls to continuously improve cyber resilience. And I guess the important word here is continuously improve. We're not talking about a one-off. It's about a 24/7 operation, getting information from real runtime and being able to adapt the systems to correspond to the new threats that are identified. It can also help with alert prioritization. It can go through thousands and millions of alerts that a typical large organization might have every day and help to understand and identify those that are really important and provide that information to the relevant security or operation center teams or any cyber professionals. And the last one is it can help accelerate incident response and automatically surface root causes to prevent reoccurrence. So I think this is an important element of moving from a reactive way to cybersecurity to a more predictive. And as was mentioned also earlier on, there is certain limits that humans have. AI is helping to support those limits rather than replacing the human. Everything that I have just said is not just, a vision. It is the reality. We have a large number of tools currently that exist that can support with some of that analysis, some of that prediction, some of the information of identifying zero-day vulnerabilities and so on. I don't want to go through all of those tools, but I thought it would be good to just give you an idea that this is what can happen now. It's not a vision that we want for the future, but with the right tools and with the right usage of AI. Of course, despite all the advantages, there are some disadvantages as well. There are some limitations. Yes, AI can help us with speed and scale, can help us with novel threat detection, can help us with multiplying the force capabilities that we have, but also the technology is not mature enough yet. So there are a lot of false positives, which sometimes they have the opposite effect of what we want them to have. So security teams have to go through much more alerts than they should go through, and that creates extra work. There is an issue of explainability. There are decisions that are taken by AI that are not very well described, very well justified, and that creates some issues, especially around accountability for a number of regulated sectors. And it's also the issue of cost. Those tools exist, but quite few of them are quite expensive. So not everybody can afford them. Larger organizations can, but the smaller SMEs, the smaller public organizations, they will struggle to spend that amount of money for those tools. So yes, there is a lot of advantages, but also we need to remember that there are some limitations as well. If I move now to AI as an attacker, how AI can amplify cybersecurity attacks, I should say that everything I said, every single advantage that I mentioned for AI supporting defenders, exactly the same capabilities can be used by the attackers. So AI can make attacks faster. It can make them less resource hungry. It can make them more targeted than before. So all the advantages that we have as defenders, the same advantages attackers have. And I think that's important to remember. There's a number of different techniques that are AI powered, and I won't go through all of them. I just thought of emphasizing here 3 of them. The first one is advanced persistent threats. So for those that are not familiar, this is when an intruder enters a network undetected and they do stay on the network. The idea is not to just get some information quickly and leave that network. The idea is that they try to remain undetected as long as possible in order to harvest as much data as possible. These are traditionally very difficult attacks to perform. One of the reasons is resources. You need a lot of resources to sustain them, human resources and technological resources. The second one is that they're quite expensive because of that. The third one is that it becomes very difficult after a while to keep changing the way that you behave in order not to be detected. So usually there are state-based attacks where there is a lot of intelligence, there is a lot of resources, and there is the capability to do that. Now, AI changes that because it can operate 24/7. So resources and the ability to have them around the clock is not an issue anymore. But also it's quite good in changing its own behavior, changing its own signatures. So depending on the defenders and what measures they put in place, it can countermeasure those and usually remains undetected for a much longer time. The same is with AI-powered malware. It's exactly the same situation where the AI can support malware to think for itself, adapt its course, adapt its behavior, and so on. The third attack I would like to discuss is pretty much how AI can support social engineering. So social engineering, for those that are not familiar, is a non-technical attack. It's an attack that is based on human weaknesses and human vulnerabilities. I'm sure you have all seen emails that they try to say that you've gone millions, billions, and you just need to provide your email addresses. These were the first generation of phishing attacks. They're much more sophisticated now. And what AI can do is look at those type of attacks from a slightly different perspective. So we do know that using AI, it's very easy to clone voice. But a lot of the systems we do have depend on voice recognition. A lot of the times, if you hear on the other side of the phone a familiar voice, you are more likely to do what they're saying than somebody that you don't know. And we also know from research that 80% of humans, they cannot differentiate between someone's voice and the clone voice of that same person. So that creates a real issue. Imagine having some member of your family calling you and telling you to do something. You will recognize that voice. Is more likely that you will do that. So AI amplifies that type of social engineering attacks. There was an interesting experiment that was made, I think it was 3 years ago. So AI was still, in its early stages. But they did an experiment where they created 2 phishing emails. One was created by a team of cybersecurity professionals, and they took open source intelligence as input. So they look at LinkedIn's, they look at websites, they look at anything that they could find in order to develop a phishing email. They introduce elements that have shown that makes human follow faster things that they're asking. So the urgency and putting some deadlines on that. And also they keep it brief. So everything should be completed in less than 5 minutes. So if a human had to click somewhere and then provide some information, that had to be done within 5 minutes. And then they send that email to a number of people. On the other hand, there was a small team that used 5 prompts to create a phishing email. And these are the prompts on the left-hand side. I won't go through them, but basically you can see that it's straightforward. It's not very difficult to come up with those prompts. And they also send that email out. And then the idea was, which one is going to win? Is it going to be the AI-powered phishing or the humans? What do you think? Any ideas? Very quiet. We're on an AI festival, so it should be the AI, right? Actually, it was not. So more people actually were fooled by the human-generated email. But, and there is a bit but, the difference was very, very low. So it was a very small difference. But if we take the amount of effort that took to create those attacks, those 2 emails, the human team spent at least 16 hours trying to collect information, intelligence, and put everything together. The AI one took 5 minutes, 5 prompts, 5 minutes around that time. So, and that was at the early stages of AI development. Imagine what you can do when the technology is further matured. Actually, we don't have to imagine it because there was a study last year and showed that 54% of AI phishing is clicked through humans compared to 12% of phishing that is created by humans. So we can see how things change in just a couple of years. So AI phishing becomes more and more believable for humans, and more are engaging with that. What also I think is quite interesting is to see that AI there is a shift from AI-assisted attacks to AI-powered or driven attacks. What this means is that in the same way that we have agentic AI, it kind of leads the attack on its own without any human intervention. And I'm sure you all have heard about Mythos and the 32-step network attack that was made the news a few months ago. So it's quite important to understand how significantly that ability for the attackers is changing based on using AI. So the third part is attacks on AI. And I won't spend too much time on that, but there are effectively 6 different types of attacks. There is evasion, there is poisoning, model extraction, model inversion, prompt injection, and membership inference. So those not familiar with all of those, I don't expect you to remember. But if you can remember one thing, it will be that there are 2 main types that any attack falls into. The first one is training time attacks that corrupt the model itself. And the second one is inference time attacks, where you manipulate what the model sees. So if you can remember those 2 categories, I think we are fine. These are some examples, again, because there is a lot of examples that we can come up with. Anything from someone doing a prompt injection attack on a bot so they could buy a car of $76,000 for $1, all the way, as you probably have seen, manipulating cars just by using a bit of tape on some of the road signs. These are realistic attacks, and yes, as we are developing the technology more, we're able to countermeasure some of those attacks. So some of them are not, relevant anymore. But I think what is important here to remember is that it opens all that big security surface that we didn't have before. So we need to be able to understand that. What we can do to defend, I think what is important here is that we recognize that AI is like any other system, and we need to treat it like any other system. Yes, there is the intelligence, there is the benefits, there is a lot of things. But at the end of the day, we need to make sure that we are not looking at security after the systems are deployed. We need to look at security from the word go. So we need to be able to understand the data that we are using. We need to be able to understand the vulnerabilities and the potential attacks on the pipeline. We need to understand about prompts and inputs and so on. So we need to have a proper process where it will help us from the word go to understand the weaknesses and being able to countermeasure those as much as possible. So I will finish my talk with 3 main points. The first one is, yes, we can think of AI as a friend because it can help us amplify our defenses. It can help us do things faster, more efficient, and so on. But also, we can think of AI as a foe because it expands the attack surface. I think the element that will change the scale either on one or the other is the human element and the human factor. So I think we really need to understand that AI is there to support, but is not there to change security, the security culture of an organization. And I think that's very important to remember. And also, I will leave the slide with a response from ChatGPT when I put exactly the same question. Is AI a friend or a foe? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So basically, friend and foe is the conclusion there to the question
I'm not trying.
presented at the top of your presentation.
That's right. I mean, I'm not trying to, not answer the question, but I think it is realistically both.
And I think provided good evidence for that.
Um, yeah. So, sorry, the question was about quantum, right? I think quantum will change significantly. It changes significantly our understanding of how we deal with security, because it's not just a patch, right? It's not just something that we can add on top of what we are dealing with. It's something that will mean that we rethink everything from scratch effectively. And I think AI can support, again, some elements. So can we improve? We do know, for example, that harvesting is happening now. So can we support defenses to minimize that? This is an area that I think AI can support. Um, Once we do have quantum, again, how we can use AI to help us better understand that new reality of changing pretty much everything. So I think it can help with the current situation a bit. And I think we will have to see exactly the impact that quantum will have to be able to understand how it can help us more in the future. No. um, I think in general, I think from my point of view, the issue with the standards and the regulations is timing. With the same like with any other technology. So we develop a standard. By the time it has been developed, the technology has moved quite a long time ahead. So then you need to update this and so on. So I think it does help in the sense of bringing maybe the discussion of AI at a different level, not just the technical aspect of that, but at an organizational level and so on. But I think there is still a long work that needs to be done for the standards and the regulations to be useful for that. No, I think it gives them a guidance of how they should be using AI. I mean, we don't have so many standards, so far, and there is no many regulations as well. But those that we do have, they do provide some guidance. The problem, again, with standards and regulations is that sometimes they're quite vague. So instead of helping you, especially for smaller organizations, make it very difficult to understand them and understand how you can implement them. So I think, it will be useful for some organizations, but I think there will be a large majority that they need something more than just that, than just standards. I think it's a human issue rather than a technological issue. I think we will always find ways for misrepresenting things or providing information that is not accurate. I think technology probably amplifies it in that it gives you much more opportunities to do that. But I think fundamentally is a human issue. Technology might help to understand some elements of that. I would say, but I think that's a human issue rather than a technology one.
I wondered again, I asked Mike, but in terms of where is this all headed, how do you see the sort of short term with respect to this balance? Because obviously what you presented could come across as extremely worrying, particularly around AI as a foe. And how do we confidently keep ahead of AI? How do we use AI in a friendly fashion to make sure that we can keep ahead of AI?
I think is by understanding that what I mentioned before, that AI is a system, and we need to address the same challenges and same issues that we had with any type of system. There are different characteristics that we need to consider, new attack surfaces that they might come up. But at the end of the day, we need to be able to start from the word go and understand the vulnerabilities, how we can improve on those, and so on. So I think it's a process and a governance element that we need to have in place to help us take into account the abilities and the capabilities that AI can provide us, but not with the all the risks that might be available. I think the other issue is around cost. We need to find ways to keep, especially for cybersecurity, to keep the cost down for those solutions that can help, because otherwise you create inequality where a number of organizations will be able to use those, attackers will be able to use them, but then you have smaller organizations that they won't be able to use them. And I think that's a real issue there that we need to find a solution. Yeah, I totally agree with you. I mean, we need to realize that cybersecurity is a shared problem. It's not anymore isolated. So what happens in one organization can have an impact on a much, much larger set of organizations. So we need to treat it that way.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We'll do that, yeah.
Yeah, I'll do that. I'll do that in the next break. Do you know who our other panel members are? Oh.
So, Leah, how are you? It's all right. Nice to meet you. How are you? You all right? Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay. We'll soon find out. I'll just mic you up for.
Oh, sorry. Yes. I thought it was handheld.
Yeah. Well, you can hold it by hand.
No, that's fine.
Where are you based? Are you in?
Yeah, can do.
Yeah, so not far for me today, which is really nice because everything's normally in London as well.
Yeah.
So. How about yourself?
I'm based in Colchester.
Oh yeah, because it's only around the corner.
So it's not far away.
Yeah. Oh, brilliant.
Although I live in the south, which is on the other side of
So I've been trying to get in for it.
It takes
it takes a bit of time to go forth, but from work.
Lurking around.
Lovely.
Are we on?
It's going to stay.
Is it going to stay?
You can hold it by hand if it.
I'm happy. Can I do that? Is that too high?
Cybersecurity research.
Oh. So if I do that, is that too high?
Yeah.
Is that okay? 1 2 1 2 1 2. Yeah, happy.
I've got a 3-second delay. I'm listening to this.
Right. Okay. So. I know Harris. Nice to meet you, Leah. Lovely to meet you. Yeah. Hello. I'm okay. How are you?
I've seen you too many times this week, right?
How was your presentation?
Yeah, I think it was all right.
Yeah.
Really good.
With the traffic flow in the room, but welcome if you weren't with us in the previous sessions. I'd love to introduce Leah, Toby and Harris, who are here today to discuss AI and quantum computing with respect to data security. So a really big welcome to our panelists. I think it's like to start, if this is good with you guys, is if you could each give a little introduction into yourselves over and above what I've described. And just before we move from person to person, if you could also just give us, with respect to your role, your interest area, your views as to the question around AI and quantum computing and threat to data security for about a minute, just to warm us up, and then we've got some questions for you. Leah, do you want to start?
Yeah. Hi everybody, I'm Leah Claro and I work at BT. I've been there for 11 years now, so yeah, quite a while. And my area of interest is in data science, large language models, multi-agent systems. So currently working on a project looking at kind of threat intelligence and network data and applying that into large language models and multi-agent systems. So that's my area. My background's around network engineering, software engineering as well. So a bit of a coder, so I'm loving all the vibe coding aspects. And yeah, my role is senior research specialist within the cybersecurity space. So looking at all different types of cyber threats coming in and trying to protect the company with new AI and multi-agent systems and developing those applications.
Thanks, Leah. Can I just check with the mic? Can everybody hear Leah? I wasn't sure if it's on. You can. Okay, great. I think it's just my direction. Thank you very much for that intro.
Hi again, everybody. So I'm Harris. I'm a professor of computer science at Essex. I guess I was trying also with some of the questions to answer them in the previous session, but also not to give too much because some of those areas we'll be discussing more in this panel. Just to say that I think, we've seen on the last talk, AI can turbocharge, the defenses and the offensive. So it is changing the playing quite a bit. But also I think quantum computing totally introduces a new way of thinking. We need to forget everything we know so far about the cryptographic foundations that we use for our systems. So it's quite important that we have this in mind.
Yeah, hi everyone. So my name is Toby Mills. I'm the founder and CEO of a company called Entropy. So we're here on the sort of startup run just outside. What we do is we use artificial intelligence and digital twinning to provide intelligence to operators operating within critical infrastructure. So ports, airports, energy networks. And so the perspective I'm really speaking to from today is the perspective of deploying these technologies into quite critical environments. And of course, the role that cybersecurity or the considerations to cybersecurity that one must take. So yeah, that's me.
Thank you very much. So a lovely sort of spectrum of views that we've got across the panel here. So I'm really excited to hear what you've got to say. I think what we would like to sort of start off with is thinking about a couple of presentations that we've had already this afternoon from a security perspective. Do you think we are more or less secure than we were 5 years ago, and where is it heading? And I guess that's a reference to, kind of like the emergence of quantum and where it's going, and kind of a little bit of a nod to what you were saying, Harris, about it kind of changing the landscape. Who would like to start us off with that?
I'm happy to give a view from an AI perspective, not quantum. But I would say that there's an enormous amount of potential with artificial intelligence technologies, but of course the threat is going up somewhat exponentially. So with a lot of these AI technologies, you're creating new surfaces. Those surfaces are potentially creating vulnerabilities. The more organizations that are, in my world, in critical sectors, so you're talking about the intelligence over major trade routes for the UK, that inherently creates a cyber threat. And I think the other thing, without going into the tech, because I'm not a PhD and these guys are, but without going into the science too much, I suppose one of the perspectives that I think is quite interesting and quite important is the rate at which, or the pace at which all of this is happening. and the commercial reality of that change and of that pace. So if you look at what's happened with the foundation models, everyone starts from the perspective of we need to do this responsibly, we need to do this safely, and we need to put the necessary guardrails in place from the outset and ensure that we have a massive focus on that. And then your competitor builds a better model than you, and the commercial pressure starts to come through the organization, rightly or wrongly, to actually start accelerating the capabilities that you're producing or what you're doing with AI. So I think that one of the very dangerous things that is starting to emerge and will continue to emerge is as adoption grows, so too does commercial pressure. And with commercial pressure, sometimes the pressure on things like cybersecurity and somewhat, fades, shall we say.
And the reference there to kind of critical national infrastructure of varying different types, whether it's kind of ports or energy, obviously telecommunications as well, networking connectivity. What's the view, Leah, from kind of BT's perspective in terms of that security challenge, and if you can weave in anything about kind of quantum, and what the thoughts are there in terms of how that will change.
Yeah, so just generally on security, I guess we are more secure today than we have been in the past. From a cyber perspective, initially, if we date back to when the internet started around the 1990s, we saw 2 or 3 new viruses every single week. And then if we move to today in 2020s, we're seeing 500,000 new viruses every single day. So there's also that kind of vast volume of threats, as well as the threat landscape is evolving more than ever. So we're more secure now, but there are more threats and the threat landscape is larger. Looking at the quantum side, so BT are doing a lot of research in quantum, and they are looking at being like a world leader for running trials on quantum secure networks. And we're looking in areas around post-quantum cryptography and also quantum key distribution.
And the Quad Lab has just been opened up as well.
Exactly, yeah.
So as a nod to kind of the importance that not only BT puts in this, but as a kind of a region, we recognise the opportunity. Your thoughts, Harris?
No, I agree with what Toby and Leah said. I guess I agree that we are more secure and we have measurable ways to justify that. So we have better technologies to help us defend things. We have, more kind of technological capability than we ever had that can support that. I think we have more awareness and more training than what we had 5 years ago across the board, not only for the larger organizations, but also for the smaller organizations. And I think we have more regulations and more standards that they can provide some support on that. So there is a lot of things that we have that we didn't have 5 years ago. And I think from that point of view, we are more secure. But I totally agree that the surface has significantly increased. So it is a shared problem now. It's not just one organization's problem. And that brings new opportunities for attackers, and it brings more challenges for the defenders.
And it's kind of quite a binary question when the answer isn't, binary. It's they're both evolving. The threat landscape is increasing, and therefore security has had to kind of increase. So, if you take the threat landscape of 5 years ago, we're significantly more secure, but the landscape that we're dealing with is also significantly more challenging. Yeah. Any questions on that particular topic from anybody in the room before I move on?
Yeah, just a quick observation on that one. I think you nailed it. I think you look at the Romans; they were very secure versus the threats they faced. And you fast forward to now, we've got nukes in a modern police force, so we're like much better than the Romans, but we're still relatively the same. So I think probably we're about as secure as we were 5 years ago, given that everything's advanced along with it. And that just reflects the evolving nature of cybersecurity. Like next year, we're going to be deploying tools that we didn't even need or think about or knew existed like 18 months ago. So I think we're probably not more secure, but I think relatively not more secure. But on an absolute scale, yeah, we're definitely more secure, but certainly it's a relative.
Yeah, that's the word, isn't it? Yeah. Fantastic. Any other thoughts or observations?
Yeah, we did some work recently on this where I thought AI actually contributed more to attackers in the recon sort of stage of the unified kill chain, whereas actually it benefited defenders more when it was looking at observing, finding, seeing, and then reacting to some of those challenges. Do you guys see that as the right way that AI is affecting cybersecurity? So better for attackers in the sort of initial stage of understanding weaknesses and going for them, and then for defenders once something's sort of landed, I guess.
I think actually you've either stolen this script in terms of what the questions are. It's a lovely segue. No, it's bang on. So I think if I was to paraphrase and check that this does capture it, but basically, kind of AI scales attackers faster than defenders. Is that the case? Is that the experience? And what closes the gap with respect to that? Is that kind of
roughly. I guess just the nuances when in that sort of kill chain does AI benefit attackers more, and when does it benefit defenders more?
Yeah, don't mind going. So I think in general, when we talk about attackers and defenders, I think it's not a capability issue. I think it's a kind of economics issue in the sense that cybersecurity or security in general, as you mentioned, there were security challenges way before technology, but the challenge remains the same. The defender needs to defend everything at every single moment from every possible attack. But then the attackers only need to find one vulnerability and exploit that vulnerability. And I think this is where AI probably makes a bit of difference. Because yes, it can provide defenders with the ability to react quickly and do things, but it significantly helps attackers to find that one weakness in a much faster way than it could before. So I think it's an issue that is not capability related, but it is, the economics of that. And I think it goes back also to the previous point about organizations that have the ability to take advantage in a nice way of that technology and those that they cannot. Because then you have a totally different play field. You have those that they have AI capability attacking and those that they don't have it try to defend. And then the difference becomes, I think, significant.
Yeah, I'd say I heavily agree with that. So we've got this space where the attackers and the defenders both have access to the same tools. So I would say they're on an equal playing field as such. But there is that motivation for the attackers to actually go and use them. Whereas when you're defending, you actually have to kind of think about cost saving, and it's going to be a cost to your company to actually protect your company. So there's a different motivation there for the attackers and the defense. But I quite like looking at it at a different angle, like you said. What is the purpose and whereabouts are we coming in with the attackers versus the defense? I haven't really thought of that before.
So are you saying that there's a cap then, or is there a cap actually? So in terms of how much you can spend on the relative systems, whether it's your motivation to attack or whether it's your motivation to defend, will kind of, enable you to sort of either secure more or attack more. But is there a cap to that? In terms of, kind of actually you get to a point where it doesn't matter how much you spend on it and it becomes a level playing field.
Essentially, it's just expensive. So running models and getting the GPU systems are expensive. So for a small startup company, they're not going to have money available ready to kind of run all of these expensive models. Whereas if you're like a larger corporation, you have a bit more money, obviously, to put behind your defenses and go and pay for the various different applications to protect your network. So I would say it's probably with the cost of AI at the moment being the issue.
So if you can't afford to, you're at a high.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, fundamentally, it's about the complexity of these systems. So where AI provides an advantage is where it's looking for vulnerabilities, and as Harry said, on the defender side, the attacker needs to find one, the defender needs to block multiple. And when we're talking about deploying these technologies into real world environments, so moving away from abstract kind of what's secure into tangible real world examples, we're talking about systems of systems. So we're talking about AI connected to sensors on physical buildings. We're talking about AI with access to cameras. We're talking about AI with access to financial systems. And these are systems that are connected through networks, distributed infrastructure, loads of surfaces. And these systems of systems are ever evolving, right? They're not all the same system. They're not all running the same OS. They're not all doing this, right? So it's not a static question. It's not a static thing. I agree with Leah's point in terms of there is an economic side to this in terms of, you know, can you afford to have multiple agents continuously running over your systems and checking for vulnerabilities and so on? Of course, that's a paradigm. But the bigger, for me, the bigger challenge when we're starting to look at the applications of AI in real world environments, it's this kind of systems kind of nature of doing things and the number of surfaces that creates. And the dynamic nature of those surfaces. And I think that's where the challenge is. And I think going to your point, who does it benefit most? I always think complexity is obviously going to favor the attacker because they have to find one vulnerability, right? But it really depends, how many kind of how much control you have over those systems, what environments they live in. Are you the proponent of those systems? So if you're connecting with external systems, what guardrails do you have? Because you don't have jurisdiction over what they're doing and what protocols they're following and so on and so forth. So I don't think it's a linear answer, if that makes any sort of sense.
Yeah, no, it does. It's constantly evolving.
Yeah.
And constantly growing in both respects. Any other thoughts on it?
Yeah, challenge we often see is the vendors. So I work for a vendor, so I'll hear about that one. But AI is in everything at the moment. But what we see is that you get to a point where the attackers don't have to make sure that your business keeps running. We could put protections and stuff in place to secure you and keep you ultimately as secure as you can be. But we also have guidelines that we have to do. We can't take down, if we impact productivity. Whereas somebody who's attacking you, they don't care about that. New tool comes out, let's use it today. Why? Should we not wait and test it? No, we don't have to worry about that. So the defenders have significantly more restrictions on them because you've paid for something to protect your business and keep your business up and running. The attackers don't have to worry about that.
That's a really, really good point. So that means that they can act at a pace that is very different from the defence perspective. That's a real challenge, isn't it? Any other thoughts? Okay, we did touch on this in the previous session slightly, but for the benefit of those that weren't, it was around kind of regulation and standards, I think, and it kind of relates a little bit to, I know you were saying about the guidelines of a company economics, but I think regulation and standards at a macro level might cause the same problem or challenge. However, I'd be really interested in your views as to kind of where does it help, where does it hinder, and what's missing?
Yeah, so I'll kick off. So EU have obviously got the AI Act that they released in 2024, but we see the USA and UK haven't got any regulations around AI. And to be honest, in my personal opinion, I think that's brilliant. In a research aspect, we've been able to test and play around with AI and actually find the benefits, find what works for AI without being kind of restricted and slowed down in any way. The one thing that I'd probably say is missing is to kind of make people aware of how their data is being used when they're putting it into these models. I think that's kind of the awareness side that could be improved.
Yeah, totally agree with that. I guess if we look at it also from a cybersecurity perspective and look at different relevant regulations such as the GDPR or the NIS, I think what we see is that one of the benefits, at least from my point of view, is that they change the level of the discussion. So it's not just a technical discussion anymore. Someone tries to secure a system. It becomes an organizational discussion where the CEO or other board members are interested to understand how those regulations will have an impact, because otherwise there are quite large fines that the organization will have to pay. So for me, one of the benefits is that It's not necessarily if they can help from a technical point of view, but they help to elevate the discussion to a different level that comes at the organizational elements instead of individual teams.
Mm. And I suppose, yeah, agree with all of the points, particularly the point that Leah made around, you know, where the regulation has been brought in most heavily. I think the balance that policymakers have is to balance, you know, safety and regulation whilst not stymieing the opportunity that's in front of us. And that's what we've seen. I personally think that's what we're seeing with where, you know, really kind of I don't know what the word is, but the sort of more severe regulatory frameworks that have been brought in have really kind of slowed research and innovation in areas. That said, that doesn't mean you can just do this without, right? So that's the balance these guys are trying to run in a world that is moving. I think everyone would agree technology is moving an awful lot faster than policy, right? So, you know, I've sat in rooms with policymakers, and it's quite clear that there is a bit of a gap in terms of, you know, where their thinking is perhaps, and where the technology is moving. I think, you know, from the other side of the fence, you know, from my perspective, obviously we've got to make sure that we work with partners that enable us to understand where the policy is moving and make sure that we're compliant with that, and can take the people that we're working with through the right steps and through the right path. So yeah, it's a dynamic, again, it's a very dynamic, fast moving environment, but you can get it wholly wrong by just saying nothing, and you can get it wholly wrong by saying everything. So where's I mean, it's an obvious point really, but that's the
How
challenge.
do you feel about the point that we made in the last discussion about kind of the fact that attackers don't have to abide by regulation, and you know, can act at that, you know, kind of pace that we were talking about with you know, kind of, again, to use your word, balance. You know, how do we balance the regulation that's required in terms of defending and protecting with that as the threat landscape?
Okay, so regulation is not a bad thing. Regulation, standards, all of that sort of stuff ultimately is there to help people. It's to help people be safe. It's to help people be resilient, and you know, particularly on the standard side, it's to make people be compatible. So you know, hackers or attackers have the benefit of not having to follow rules, guardrails, or frameworks. If you're trying to run a scalable organization, that is a hindrance, I would argue. So in the short term, there will be some benefit to it, and of course, that is an advantage. They can ride solo. As I said, they've got to find one hole, right? So if you think about their job, it's considerably easier than the guys on the defense side, right? So regulation and policy, if implemented correctly, can actually support a much better and much stronger framework for guarding the entire system, as opposed to just trying to find, you know, specific vulnerabilities. And likewise, you know, just you know, sort of ad hocly jumping on new technologies and going with them can sometimes be premature as well. So you know, it sounds like a huge advantage. I wouldn't necessarily look at it solely that way.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. We've probably got time for one more, and then we can open up for any other questions. But I'm just really interested, particularly, you know, we've built this as a kind of a AI and quantum computing. Would be really kind of interested in terms of new attack surfaces. You know, so what's opening up? What are the new attack surfaces, say, that have opened in the last sort of 24 months, and particularly, I guess I'm thinking about quantum, and what does that bring with it in terms of both the opportunity to defend, but the opportunity to attack? Harris,
Yeah, I don't mind starting. I think I did mention some of the AI-related attacks, and I think for me, social engineering attacks is an area where AI can really change the playing field. Regarding quantum, I think we are aware of the harvest now, decrypt later approach, where people will get information now that is encrypted, and then when the technology becomes available, they will be able to use that to decrypt it. We have seen examples of that happening now. So I think there needs to be a lot of effort to minimize those examples. We are not sure when quantum actually will be, you know, fully mature and available. It might be in the next 10 years. I know we're talking about 2030, but I think probably will be a little bit more than that. But anything in the next 10 to 15 years, I think we will see real outputs on that. So I think for me it's about trying to understand also what changes will be made by quantum computing, because we are talking about significant changes in every protocol that we currently use, in any communication protocol, and so on. So understanding how we can better prepare for that transition is quite significant. I remember back, in the 1999, we all were talking about the millennium bug. That was just a patch, right? So now we're talking about that is much, much more significant from that. So the preparation, it should have already started. And I know that there has been some guidances, some standards that have been developed about quantum. But unless we see real effort from, organizations and more research on that, I think we're running out of time.
I completely agree. I think that preparation piece is kind of key, because obviously quite a lot of this might have to be baked in at a very deep rooted level across kind of the networks and so on and so forth. And Leah, you mentioned post quantum crypto and quantum key distribution. I guess those are examples where kind of like we have to think about the adoption of those types of techniques more broadly as we build out. Have you got any other thoughts on that?
Yeah, just agreeing with the timeline as well. So once we're able to break RSA with quantum computers, and that's kind of looking within from now to the next 10 years. So like basically we need to be kind of prepping, as we say, right now, ready for it. And things like looking at the different types of algorithms through that post-quantum cryptography is going to be vital to that. On the AI side as well, I know we touched on prompt injection attacks. They're number one when it comes to the threats for LLMs. So using attachments and for AI workflows to execute code automatically, that's a key area. And things like deep fakes as well, we're seeing on the rise.
Yeah, absolutely. I think everybody's seeing those everywhere, aren't they? So, yeah, really good point. Toby, anything to add?
Nothing on the quantum side. But just on AI, I'm just building on everything. Just another slight angle on I suppose the threats of AI is over reliance in my opinion. So very often as things get easier to put through AI and rely on AI to do certain things, and as the capabilities of AI tools expands and grows, there is a danger perhaps that kind of more traditional human thought and reasoning starts to take a little bit of a sort of back step. So I think it's really, really important to keep human in the loop in a lot of these kind of decision-making workflows. I think that's important culturally. I think that's important, as people and as a workforce, just not to become too over-reliant on these technologies. I think it's very, very dangerous to become over-reliant on these technologies, because you will stop being able to spot prompt injection attacks and potentially even misinformation being fed through to people, and they'll just become numb to it. So I think that's just a slightly different angle on everything else that we've spoken about, that I think is important to recognise.
And I know you weren't able to get in with the previous two presentations, but that was a really strong theme that kind of came through. So I think that resonates significantly from everything that we've heard this afternoon. Any other questions from anyone?
Coming back on this point about reliance, once we see the introduction of these quantum tools, which is almost going to supercharge everything, do you think we're going to have this luxury of not being able to rely on it? Since in theory, if the attackers now got these tools, do you think we'll be able to have the luxury of not relying on quantum defending tools?
I mean, it's not really for me. But
I think the situation will be the same as with any other technology and what we have seen the last 60, 70 years, that, you still have to defend everything, protect everything, and the attacker only has to find one weakness. So yes, there are going to be more benefits we can draw from quantum, because the whole foundation is about making the infrastructure much more secure. by design. But I think we're still gonna have new challenges, new attack surfaces, and it's a cat and mouse game that, like it is always. So I think that will continue. What the exact situation will be, I think we will know in a few years' time.
No, I think yeah, let's learn from the waves of technology trends that we've seen. It's kind of been a similar pattern, hasn't it, in terms of the approach.
And just more broadly on the reliance point as well, I don't mean don't rely on these technologies. Obviously, we're going to have to rely on these technologies. I mean, the need for both quantum and AI is because complexity is going up. And so these technologies are inherently, they're going to become fundamental to how we operate. My point around reliance is maintain an understanding of what's going on, maintain critical thought, right? It's that. And I know that sounds daft, but genuinely, we've I've seen it with colleagues, where they're just submitting code, right? Because an AI without going through it and understanding what's going on, and that's happening everywhere. Yeah, we've all heard the stories around, businesses that have adopted AI very, very aggressively, taken humans out of the loop, and have very, 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 very rapidly had to reverse that decision. That's a more extreme end of AI adoption more generally, and less about a threat. But the reliance point is fundamentally, yes, we need these technologies. Yes, we're going to need to rely on them, but just maintain an understanding of what's going on.
Probably time for one more question. You mentioned about some standards which are there regarding quantum computing. You mentioned there are some standards already started to develop or present already. Can you provide some resources as to where this is present and where this is where it can be accessed for awareness? And because it's a point that we might be relating to the previous point that we spoke about. It's catching up. Sorry. So I feel like previously we were sort of doing catch up on the attacks versus defending and so on. But with the harvesting of encrypted data for future quantum use, I feel like it sort of could provide a boost towards the attacking sort of side, because they can now look back on the data. So it's sort of reverse attack into the past data, if you may speak. And so organizations who are not ready with the right amount of standards and proper guidance in terms of securing their data against future attacks are just going to sort of not have that wall around them. And that goes back to that balance point, doesn't it, in terms of being able to kind of balance out the threat of the kind of attack with respect to kind of the other constraints and challenges around regulation and adoption. You've got any other thoughts on the sources? I'm sure there's a specific point.
Yeah, just on that point. I mean, the only standard I'm aware of is from NIST in US. There is a standard. I don't remember the exact number now, but there is a standard for quantum computing from NIST that has been passed. NIST, NIST.
Thank you all so much. Give us a big round of applause for these wonderful panel.
Well done, Dan. Well done.
There's a break now. We've eaten into it, so we've worked you hard. Sorry.
Thank you. Whoa, that's bright.
Really good. Thank you so much.
No, you're nah. Yeah, it's fine.
We can wait for a few minutes, it's fine.
Okay, great. I think we'll get started. Welcome to those that have joined this session and weren't in the previous ones. We've been having some great discussions in here over the course of the afternoon. We just finished with a great panel session on AI security and quantum. I'm delighted to introduce Dr. Kaki Chetsu from the University of Suffolk, and I believe you're going to be talking to us about the challenges of agentic AI,
Yeah.
which should build nicely from one of the sessions we had previously. So
Well, thank you very much, Lisa. Thanks everybody for being here. Can you hear me okay at the back? Let me know if I become too quiet. I'm Kakia. I am a lecturer in computing at the University of Suffolk. What I'm hoping to talk to you about today is more about well, some thoughts about agentic AI, what it means for me. It would be good to check if that means the same to you, but also some opportunities and challenges that I think we will definitely be looking to address and tackle, both in terms of security and risk, but also opportunities, both as professionals, but as well as enterprises in the future. That's me, in case you cared, and all the stuff I teach. I have a lovely picture that I take like this. People are making fun of me all the time. My expertise lies within machine learning, large language models, so I really very much operate research-wise in that space. So I wanted to think for a minute that this is Monday morning. I know it's Wednesday afternoon, but bear with me for a minute. It is Monday morning. You are working hard. Your inbox is absolutely full, as it always is, because this is an inbox. You have deadlines today, and suddenly you get this request from your boss. I want you to do today, within the next couple of hours, this is critical for us. I want you to prepare this report, considering all our competitors, what they're doing, how they're moving, what it means for you. So can I see a raise of hands? Usually people would approach it 3 ways. Most of you 2 ways. One is you would go and do your research. Maybe you already know your clientele. You already know the people that are your competitors. So you would do some research online, maybe not, and essentially produce that report. The other, maybe, other people might turn to generative AI. So ask questions, prompt a generative AI tool for some answers, for some help, either in researching and getting the information or writing the report. Now, can I see a raise of hands? You don't have to worry about anybody around. How many of you would do this manually without asking AI? Okay, I've got 5 people in the room. How many of you would use in any portion of that, either in the research or in the write-up, some AI? Fantastic. So essentially those, either way is fine, and you know best what works for you. Those of you that do it manually will probably involve some researching, some searching, some writing up. You might spend a couple of days on it or maybe faster, especially if you have like a similar report written somewhere that you could be putting together. Those of you that have done AI, you would probably spend some time doing things in a prompt kind of way. You might ask the AI to refine certain elements. You might ask it to evaluate certain things. And of course, you might use it if that's the area you wanted to focus on summarizing things for you or reorganizing your structure. So those of you without AI will probably have loads of good knowledge about the domain. You know pretty much where you're standing, so you'll be able to put that together. So today, I'm here to suggest something slightly different. The way that, of course, those of you doing this manually will probably have all the information in your brain, and you can retrieve this very quickly. There's a third way I would like to propose today, where you don't just ask questions of the AI, you set a goal. So rather than saying, summarize this for me or find information for me, you put this to the chatbot, essentially, in a goal-oriented way. So you say to it, here's your task, identify our main competitors, analyze the current strategy, produce a clear, structured report for the leadership, and then you stop. You don't give any more guidance. You don't do any follow-up prompts. So for especially the latest versions of your large language models, this is definitely possible. Your chatbot will switch to a special mode where it won't just wait for your prompt. It will retrieve information, synthesize it, and present you with the end result. So it will identify the relevant companies, assuming it knows who you are and where you operate. It will decide what strategy means in the context of perhaps your previous interactions and your history with interacting with it. It will gather and organize that information to you. It might ask you some questions, especially if it needs clarification on certain things. And of course, it will structure the report, coming back with, here is the analysis, here's the risks, and here's what I suggest you focus on. Now, on certain domains, this will be more or less successful. But I wanted to claim that this is the moment where something is slightly different. This is the moment where your generative AI, your AI, is not just answering, it's deciding the steps it needs to do without your prompting it. So I believe, and I would like to claim for you today, that that's the shift that we're currently in. By the way, I'm not a comic creator. This was AI generated. I'm horrible at designing anything, but it's done a pretty good job with my prompts. So why does this matter now? Why did I decide to talk to you about this? We have been saying throughout today about AI, the risks of AI, security, and all that stuff. As AI is progressing and becoming better and better at the task we assign her to do, it doesn't just transform the industry, it transforms something much more fundamental in the way that we operate. It changes the way that decisions get made, and we go back to what we were discussing earlier about we are being lazy, therefore we offload all the decision making onto the AI without any critical thinking, and that's easy to do. And also how actions are initiated. So recent examples from defense where the AI model that was asked to do X attack a specific territory, that chain of thought that it created and the assumption it made were wrong. So it bombed the wrong thing. So it's really interesting of the effects that essentially that additional decision making has and the effects it has on the process. But going back to our reality as professionals, as enterprise employees and owners, this is for everybody who's dealing with a messy task. So this isn't just a technology that's too complicated. This is just simple things that all of us could be doing. So the name for this, more recently, has been agentic AI. I have the older names in another slide. I will tell you that this is not new. But agentic AI is what we these days call the type of AI that can start with a prompt, but then initiate loads of decisions and loads of actions on its own without prompting. So it's not a new thing. The idea of goal-directed behavior, the idea of planning, the idea of decision-making with constraints is something that has been studied in computer science, philosophy, and the related fields for the past 30 years. The difference in the terminology, if you like, is that generative AI is where you prompt the system, you give it step-by-step instructions on what to do and what to produce. The agentic AI would be the way that you would prompt that system to shape how it behaves without really giving it explicit instructions. So an agent traditionally is defined as something that perceives what you think it needs to do, what it thinks you need to do to achieve. It decides what steps it will take, and then it acts on that decision. So most people would use the prompt response. The agentic AI would introduce something closer to give me your goal and let me plan action and then tell you what I did and how I did it. So essentially, it adds that additional information about how it's done it. If you're interested to see what we call it in computer science, the task of an agent acting on our goal, you're essentially working on, you're doing what we call task decomposition. So you give the machine the goal and you break it down into smaller tasks. There is action selection, decides what needs to happen first before another and what needs to happen next. Sequencing, ordering of steps. Iteration, refining of your outputs, and of course, very important and very challenging with anything that involves constraints, constraint satisfaction. So the boundaries, as we call them. What can it do? What it cannot do? And the evolution of these intelligent agents, as we call them in computer science, is not again new. This is something, a concept that was philosophically introduced back in the 1950s. It's been evolving as a problem solver in the 1972 by work of Newell and Simon. Intelligent agent formally defined as something that perceives, executes goals in 1995. And of course, we have more work happening in the 1990s, 2000s around that agent loop. Loads of work around conversational agents as well has been very powerful and influential there. But the thing that really seems to have changed it all is the fact that we no longer, all of that required you to know how to program, to know how to create the learning material for these agents so that you could get them to interact with a specific task you were trying to do. The thing that seems to have changed everything is this introduction of large language models in the 2020s. So essentially, you no longer need, I'll come back to that in a minute, you no longer need to interact and type any code in it. You can simply express your goal through natural language. So it's the interface that has changed, and that's made it much more accessible. And that's why we have been having this emergence of agentic AI in our world. So you're not coding that agent anymore. Anybody can now describe one into existence, and that will be the beginning of it all. For those of you who would like to see what the other terms are and what the formal models around them is, intelligence agents related fields involve things like autonomous agents, autonomous systems and robotics, loads of human-computer interaction work, studying mixed initiative systems, and of course, this is very influential. Formal models about describing the way that these agents should behave. How do we set these boundaries? Very difficult problem of constraint satisfaction. How do we set these constraints and how do we make sure that we get these all fulfilled? And of course, very big influential work both in the space of ethics and philosophy around chain of thought reasoning. How do we get these to actually properly give us feedback of how they've reasoned? So the opportunities I can see here for all of us are around understanding your process and then trying to set ways that you could automate them. So you're no longer doing every step. You are defining your goals and you're overseeing outcomes. The overseeing is very important. You would never, I will talk about autonomy in a minute, you should never let it do its thing without supervision, without telling it and giving it feedback if it's on the right track. The more you handhold it, the more you supervise the way it operates, the better quality your agent will become. If you have very complex, multi-step workflows, ambiguous tasks, evolving goals, they will perform really well. If you don't know your steps, that will be a challenge at the moment for an agentic AI. So you would really need to be very good at defining the parameters around the goals. And of course, the powerfulness in the interface, as we said before, you don't need to program behavior in code. Simply, you can express it in a structured intent. So I think these are all opportunities to take that technology and incorporate it into the process flow of what we currently have, either as professionals or as enterprises. The how, I'm happy to answer questions about, because there are different tools depending on what it is that you are planning and what your process is. But going back to the discussion around security and risk in the previous panel session, there are, of course, challenges and risks. So the moment you release, if you like, control to the AI to make some decisions for you, you need to always make sure you backtrack, or you can always monitor what's happening. So control and alignment, are we sure that the system acts within the intended boundaries is super, super important. So is transparency. And that's one of the challenges we have at the moment with some of the large language models on how they operate, because some aspects of it are still black boxes to us. We don't really know how certain words were generated or certain decisions were made. Very important concept as well is about, do we trust what we are getting back as output? So trust calibration, authentication, and making sure that the information is authoritative is a very important part of it as well. So we tend to trust it blindly, unfortunately, right now. We don't I have students who don't even read the outputs. They just copy and paste the output into an essay for me, which is something I'm struggling to convince them not to do. But I think it's about moving on as humans to sort of say, if you want to use that tool, you need to use this responsibly. And to do that, you need to be reading the outputs it's giving you and be critically evaluating what you're getting back. And finally, responsibility. And going back to the more automation you include in systems, the more you want to make sure that if something goes wrong, you have somebody to blame for it or sue. So when a system acts, the stakes change. Who approved that action? If the action was critical to human life, who defined these constraints? Who owns the outcome? So these are questions we haven't been able to answer just yet. And quite a lot of the agentic AI frameworks, they stress on the boundaries, but they don't really put rules in there in terms of what can and cannot be done. Finally, with agentic AI and the shift to goal setting, AI giving the wrong answer is no longer an issue. The issue is, and the risk is, that it takes the wrong action. And when it takes the wrong action, it might take that wrong action at the wrong time and for the wrong reason. So all of that's why transparency and ensuring you have boundaries and moderation by a human in the loop, if you like, becomes very important. So I will end this, I think, a thought, opinion piece, if you like, on agency. I know and I understand we've been perceiving AI as a magic. So, right, it's a magical thing. You type something in, it gives you back something really sensible. So I would like to stress, and perhaps put it down for discussion in the questions part, that these systems do not have agency in a philosophical sense. So really, they don't make decisions, even though seemingly they pretend to be doing so. So they have operational agency. They demonstrate behavior that resembles making a decision. But the most important thing is that they cannot be held responsible for any decision they make. And this becomes a very complex issue, especially in certain systems. Finally, the most important skill, I think, in this new world is not just asking better questions and prompting, is setting your boundaries, setting your constraints, and making sure that you monitor them throughout the operation of agentic AI, no matter what sort of part of that work that it might be taking up for you. So here's an example. I will have a laptop, well, I have a laptop, but I will have it up and running at the University of Suffolk store out there. We can try this together and compare a simple prompting versus agentic AI. So you could be incorporating that goal setting into what you currently use in your tools, your favorite chatbot. So don't just tell it, summarize this for me. Set constraints for it. Set some boundaries for it. And try and get it to replicate some of that goal-setting behavior. Some of the newer versions of your Gemini, ChatGPT, Claude, the latest version will actually be changing their mode to thinking mode, as they call it, or reflecting mode, when you start having words like goal. So observe that, compare that with your simple prompting techniques. So some of it might be helpful and might save you some effort. But I think what is always very good is to reflect upon the output and read the output. Don't just copy and paste it in whatever you want to do next. So come talk to me about it. If you found this interesting, I will have, I don't know if I can, no, it doesn't show up here. I have an example, a video of 2 AI agents talking in a special sound. So it's not my project, it's something that's out there. It's called Gibberlink. I don't know if you've heard about that before. Essentially, you have 2 AIs, an AI on a phone and an AI on a system. They interact with each other using speech. Then they switch to that sound kind of bass volume to try and improve on the way that they are communicating. Just to prompt you with some ideas about, it's not just about text, it can be much faster with other modes of communication. I don't know if that was too quick, but thank you very much for your attention. Very happy to answer any questions on that.
Lovely. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
A really great presentation, and it touched on so many other points that have been made kind of previously. I think at the beginning of the afternoon session, I don't know who was in here, but Mike was presenting about the difference between vibe coding and agentic AI. And what kind of came out for me from both of the presentations, but particularly with yourself, is that, you know, kind of human in the loop. And so I think that initial question that you posed in terms of, well, who would use AI and who would use their own brain power? The answer seems to be it has to be the combination of the two. So whatever you do, you know, so prompt intelligently, but also review intelligently as well. So I'm going to kick off the questions, because on that basis, what I wondered was, when you're set a challenge that you actually don't have domain knowledge around, but you want to, you know, kind of expedite the research in terms of what comes back. Are there any techniques, given you don't have domain knowledge to kind of cross-compare with, are there any techniques to interrogate what you get back to test the bounds of, you know, how trustworthy is that?
As an academic, I would say you always check your sources and you read widely, right? But let's say you don't have enough time. Now, one very good way to improve on that is by having this as something that you add in the prompt. So answer me as if you were an expert in that field, or be a critical friend and sort of tell me, so get it inside the prompt to get it to think of in that way. So, or think as if you were a domain expert in that and you have been, you know, a professional in that. Now, the trouble here is that you can't really check that the output is indeed an expert, a piece of piece.
Your point about kind of like it's not actually making decisions, it's following a set of instructions effectively to kind of come out with the output. So at some point, it probably circles back around the same logic,
Correct.
I'm assuming.
Correct.
So
And always, and I say that to the students that are using it, always add in the end, do not make up anything. For everything that you give back to me, I want the source. So if you add that in the prompt, then it will try to satisfy you, because that's its job. It's trying to keep you happy. So it will essentially satisfy that.
I've noticed when I've done that interrogation that it often comes back and goes, oh yes, that's a really good point. Which then also makes me really worried. So.
Yeah, it's apologized to me for not being authentic or whatever and hallucinating, but it's, you know, it's the poor thing. It's not its job, right? It doesn't really know.
Any other questions?
Hi.
So, GPT, two modes that I can invoke. There's deep research and there's agent mode. And if I ask a question in deep research mode, it will go off for half an hour and search a few hundred websites, give me a report 3 times as long as I want it. If I interact with an agent mode, it seems to be doing something similar. What's the clearest way of describing what the difference between those modes is or should be?
I think that's why the term agentic is an interesting one, because different people would use it in different ways. So I think the way that they interpret agentic is that in the sense that you can actually ask follow-up prompts. So as it's building, let's say, a report for you, it will have available to you a box where you can interrogate or add information as it's building it, and you can essentially carry on doing it. The deep thinking mode will essentially, you leave it on its own and it carries on doing stuff for you, giving you just the output without the opportunity for you to interact with it as it's building it. So I think that's in the specific case that you mentioned, that would be the difference between the two. Now, how does that map on what I've given you is essentially the fact that the agentic mode, if you like, in what you described, does a lot of the research on its own, without you perhaps giving it the instructions, I personally don't think there's any difference between the deep mode and what you describe as the agentic. For me, they're both agentic modes. Why? Because you are not giving it every detailed step-by-step instructions. You're giving it a goal, and it keeps doing things on its own. But I think the difference in what you described is probably the prompting ability, the fact that you can interrupt that thinking process by interjecting more knowledge or more information. I hope that was okay. Probably. I think from a systems point of view, the ability to interact with it as it's building its report saves effort on both sides, because it sort of continuously checks with you if that's okay, and if this is the sort of input or output that you wanted. Whereas the other one is more like, I mean, tell me what you want me to do. I'll give you the end product. Then what you need to do is go back and ask and more questions for it to be refined. But it needs to recreate that same report, let's say, again and again. I hope that was useful.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. Very good. My question is, I've heard the concept of creating agentic AI to do the quality check, check hallucinations,
Mm-hmm.
check gravity. I wonder what your thoughts are in that regard, the human in the loop and the kind of human involvement to make sure the accuracy when you've got two agents.
These two agents don't have to be left on their own to do things. So as humans, we can decide on different levels of involvement and supervision. So it's definitely possible with the tools that we have these days. I mean, especially if it's around, for example, data exploration, there are already workflow helpers, if you like, workflow agents that can help you with that. Usually we have one overseeing different parts of data processing, like those that change the data, those that transpose it, those that clean it. But always, as in any system, you want some feedback loop. So you want the system to report back to you where it is it successful, what has it done, and has it failed? So I think if you have these things in place where not only is it giving you back feedback on what it's doing and how is it succeeding, but the opportunity for you to go back and redefine and go back that step and redo it if needed, I think there's great power. I mean, a load of powerful things can happen in that setting. Hope that's okay.
And in that scenario, would you use different agents to check?
I mean, you would use you can use an agent to check another agent if you wanted to. So you have the moderation agents, if you like. Yeah, it's the rules. Yeah, it's the rule setter, the rule checker. But still, even so, I think in certain circumstances you do want to have that report or that input of the human anyway to make sure that you're on track. And the more you do it, the better it will become. It will understand what it is that you're trying to do, but you'll have to be helping it and supervise it as it progresses until you're happy with the quality of the work that's happening in the end. Always, always.
But it can still be able. Any other questions? What do you think the biggest challenge is as this evolves moving forward, both from a kind of an adoption and a use perspective, but
Well, I certainly think one very confusing thing is the terminology. I think people have been using it to mean slightly different things as they've done with AI. But more importantly, let's say we all get our definitions correct, aligned, and we're all happy with it. I think the responsibility is the greatest kind of problem. So who should be held responsible means that you are very transparent in who makes the decision and where the decision is being made. So I think the definition of the constraints and the definition of the flow should stay with the human responsible. So,
how do you? So maybe actually, how are things going to evolve around this? So you use the great example of your students kind of using AI to kind of produce the responses to your essay questions or what have you. You've sort of put a safeguard in, which is I want to see the sources. I mean, they could go and just check GPT or whatever those sources as well. So, kind of, how do you see that evolution going in terms of satisfying yourself that the education, for example, of your students is manifesting in the way?
It's hard, isn't it? The way I think it will head is more of that will happen because as humans we tend to go for the way of least resistance, the easiest one for us, right? So I don't see people using less of it, but at the same time I can see that the boundaries, either the boundaries set by those that develop the tools themselves, but also the people who are responsible for administering them, would be the way forward. So this would be the ones that will help us with making sure.
I think we've got to embrace the fact that it's going to happen. It's about how do we evolve and adapt. It's that, kind of like as we adopt, how do we adapt
It goes back to boundaries. I think the same way that we set these systems boundaries, we should also set ourselves some rules, some ground rules about how we want these to be used, and what's applicable and what's typical in every field domain will be slightly different. But I think that's probably the way I would go forward with that.
Any other questions? If not, I'd love to give Pekka
Well, thank
a
you.
wonderful round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks for coming.
I think Jamie is next.
Oh, I put it. I left it up. Sorry, forgot about it.
Thank you. That's nice and easy.
Yeah. They're always a bit of a mind.
Yes,
you know,
yeah.
the ones that have buttons underneath that you
Oh,
don't realise
yeah.
you're clicking, and you're like, what the hell's going on there?
No, can't go wrong there.
Wait, something kind of factored in, as I say, that sort of like changing piece where people might want to kind of come in and
Yeah, no, there's I think it's a very similar presentation, very similar theme in Hall 1 as well. So
is it?
yeah, it is, but so there'll probably be a bit of a split, between the two sessions, I guess. But yeah, that's fine.
I think in the interest of time, we'll get started. If that's okay. So I'd love to introduce Jamie Hodges from Name, and I'm really interested because this afternoon, particularly, we've heard very deep technical conversation around AI. I think the application of AI in real terms is what we're going to hear from you with respect to the manufacturing environment. So over to you, Jamie. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. And good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for coming along today. What a day! It's been a big learning curve even for myself. And as a bit of an introduction, my name is Jamie Podgers, and I'm the project manager for Name. Name is an acronym. It's New Anglia Advanced Manufacturing and Engineering, and we're sort of involved with sort of creating and developing the manufacturing and engineering community across Norfolk and Suffolk. Although as supply chains become a little bit more broader or regionalised and nationalised, we're not hard bound by that geographic. It just so happens that we are based in the area. So we're going to be talking a little about AI and its application and how it's affecting the manufacturing economy. But just to give a little bit more context in advance, I've got a brief clip on Name and our impact with our members.
The vision of Name is to stimulate productivity through peer-to-peer learning, and this is in pursuit of inclusive growth. We get a lot of access to companies to give them some understanding of how they can collaborate and work with us as a university, whether that's developing talent or research innovation as well. I think it's really unique in this industry space. We've had some real success in working with Name to help promote what we do.
A big regional group that represented here. I think it's a good way to meet your peers, a good way to make connections.
The support network is out there for all sides of manufacturing. They introduce us to local schools, we've got to network and to consider this. Name brings a group of people together that are in the same industries, having the same challenges, having that ability to find common ground has been very valuable. Over the years, NAME has been at the forefront of some groundbreaking initiatives. This includes 27 million grant funding through our partners to 600 businesses across the space, which is really important to stimulate growth within our region. The opportunity for grants and support, R&D, we've got the check of a £100,000 grant. That's thanks to working with NAME.
Through introducing us to a really innovative ERP provider, we are the first company in the UK to roll it out, and that's something that we wouldn't have had if we hadn't engaged with the NAME network.
It's about building cluster groups. This enables each of our regions to be connected so that we can showcase what's great about the region and the businesses in the area.
It's absolutely critical for companies in New Anglia to be involved with NAME.
Yeah, so we are a free-to-join membership, and we're sort of homed within Norfolk County Council and Suffolk County Council, and we work across a triple helix of sort of working with industry leaders, academic institutions, and civic support. And of course, working with the academic institutions, we have close working relationships with most of the local universities and colleges. And of course, with AI, very up and coming. We're well positioned to speak to companies about how we can support them on that journey of looking at it from multiple lenses to how they can best create value from AI projects and how that might integrate into their businesses and the associated challenges and risks that might come with that. So we do have one or two case studies we'll come on to during the presentation. But we have we have 7 regional cluster groups, manufacturing groups, which are strategically located across Norfolk and Suffolk. And these each have a membership database, and we facilitate a number of events during the course of the year, whereby we sort of come together for peer-to-peer learning, knowledge sharing across all things in terms of technology adoption or AI or sort of machine learning, and how we can develop best practice through that peer-to-peer learning platform. So the sector in Norfolk and Suffolk, so we have around 90,000 employees, over 7,000 companies, and we have a really strong GVA per head. It's an up and coming sector. We've got quite a few opportunities with Sizewell C and a lot of renewable energy opportunities going forward as well. So looking at how we might view what's happening in terms of AI and the application in the sector, through the next few slides, we'll look at this through 4 different angles: how factories are changing productivity and competitiveness, the impact of jobs and skills, and how we stand in the global AI adoption race. So looking at what and how other countries are performing in terms of AI adoption and their journey to drive efficiency through their systems and processes. And of course, what manufacturers need to do to stay competitive and resilient. So the impact and support we offer, so it covers a multiple of industry sectors. And when we talk about AI and robotics, when we're talking about robotics, we're talking about machines that are doing kind of physical tasks, often very repetitive tasks at the sort of basic level. And when we're looking at the sort of AI adoption, it's a little bit more around software applications. So it's looking at how we can drive efficiency or how we look at managing systems and processes around the infrastructure of the organization. So we can see we have, with predictive maintenance, AI platforms, they help to reduce downtime. We can improve quality assurance, scheduling optimizes production flows, and supply chain AI forecast disruptions and demands. So a case here on supply chain AI, looking at disruptions and demand, we've got one of our members who are currently stocking around about £2 million of raw material sort of metals. The reason for this is because there have been supply chain disruptions due to sort of global conflicts, sort of the war Ukraine and Russia, the conflicts with Iran now, and actually the transportation logistics at a sort of global level. They cannot get consistent supply, and so as an immediate result of that, they're having to carry a lot more stock than what they normally would, just to make sure that they are able to serve their customers' needs. We use predictive maintenance. This supports reducing machine downtime. We have one or two of our other members that are very much commoditized. So British Sugar and Palm Paper, for example, have a very both use a very sort of advanced AI platform that can ensure that their machines are maximizing their productive uptime. And by doing that, it's given them a very forecastable output and supports their bottom line in as much as that they can't get any top of the line additional revenue because they are operating in sectors that are sort of working on diminishing needs for their sectors respectively. So sugar, for example, is being reduced through food manufacturers and substituted for sort of healthier alternatives. And for Palm Paper, they produce newsprint, and there's a sort of diminishing demand for newspapers as people transition more and more over to digital platforms for their kind of updated news. Albeit they have noticed a small spike increase in newsprint demand for the simple reason that people are going back from digital platforms to newsprint because they view it as being more truthful than what they're seeing on AI, just because of a lot of the false stories and sort of false things that are coming through AI on platforms at the moment. So here we can see how robotics support manufacturing. So we have lower defect rates, 24/7 operations, improved worker safety in hazardous environments, and automation, as we see, increasingly targets repetitive and precision tasks. So again, looking at one of our members, they put in a cobot to quite literally just pick up and stamp on an A4 label onto each pallet as they come off the production line. This operation was a 24-hour day, 6 days a week manufacturing facility. It took the job of 2 people, well, actually 2.5 people to cover the 2 shifts, but also to cover off annual leave as well, respectively, for each of those people. So from a labour perspective, it was in excess of £100,000 a year. They put the cobot in place with the full maintenance contract. The investment there was around about £250,000, but even over a 5-year depreciation or 5-year lifespan, they've got their costs back, and actually the machine will go long into the future as well, as it was just doing a very simple task. But the task of these cobots and robots, they will get a little bit more complex as more investment goes into them. We did have an example of a company that we were working with who had put in a cobot, and it was a fabrication company, so it was very much supported on very basic kind of welds. And this was for an offshore oil and gas production line. What they noticed when they put the cobot in place was it was a busy factory. There was lots of overtime. The staff were a little bit dubious initially, so the machine come in, the manufacturers come in and undertook the training with the company, with the shop floor, getting familiar with how to program it, how to run it. And what they found over the coming trading quarter was, whilst initially they were getting a number of products and one-offs off the shop floor, its use in production was becoming less and less and less until eventually, I think after month 3, it was almost under a cover in the corner of the factory. Of course, when the next board meeting come up, the leadership team were asking questions. Actually, we should be seeing the benefits of this investment. We should be seeing how it's changing the impact of our operations. It should be giving us a bit more capacity to take on new projects. And so there was a complete company meeting, all staff were invited, and it was a bit of a sort of a conversation around why hasn't this been adopted? Why aren't we using this to produce this work, and this work, or this project? And as the conversation developed, it became more apparent that the team on the shop floor, who had been enjoying a number of hours of overtime consistently over the last few months, were getting a little bit uncomfortable with actually what's going to happen to them as this machine comes in. If it's shown to be very effective, not only are they going to lose potential overtime, but actually they could very much stand a chance of losing their jobs completely to this kind and type of technology. What the leadership team were thinking was, with how busy they are, they had the opportunity to work on some new contracts, some new tenders, some new offshore projects coming in. So their perspective was very much, we need to grow the business, we want to take on these projects, we want to get another facility, we want to upskill the team. And this was not communicated across the company. So the application and the intent to bring in machinery and equipment and using AI to drive efficiency needs to be done in the right way. It needs to be communicated across the company that it's not going to replace people. It's coming in to enhance people's jobs. So rather than being a sort of a very static and laborious task, they're actually going to oversee and manage machines that do these tasks, and they're going to become more technicians than operators in the fullness of time. And the efficiency it creates gives the company more scope for growth, more efficiency, cost savings over time, in many cases improved quality control on these sort of repetitive tasks there as well. So a very expensive lesson learned that actually could have been avoided if it was communicated effectively right from the very outset about the plans and intentions for that particular machine. Nevertheless, once that meeting had taken place and the shop floor team understood, actually, yes, that is logical, it makes sense, the actual machine itself come into full operational use and is used every day, even today. They are also looking at putting 2 more in place over the next sort of 6 months as well. So very much about how they communicate that, that these decisions are both strategic, but there's also a cultural impact here as well, whereby the company need to make sure they're communicating effectively and that the shop floor understand the strategy of the business as well. So we can see here, we can see that the sort of the workforce shift. So the routine manual roles likely to decline over time as people become more overseers on sort of these sort of repetitive tasks. And then demand rising for robotics and technicians. Upskilling will become critical for competitiveness, and hybrid human machine teams more standardized. So there is a case again, and it's very similar to the case study there, that retraining workers, rather than looking at redundancy, again, it gives a company an option to improve their productivity levels and scope for growth, as well as the sort of quality benefits there as well. So just have a look at how we compare globally in terms of AI and robotic density per 10,000 workers. We can see here we have around 150 sort of robots per 10,000 people. So we're quite far behind the line on leaders, sort of South Korea. Germany and Japan, they very much align robotics with engineering for sort of heavy manufacturing, so automotive cars. China are the fastest growing. They're making rapid investment and sizable investments in here as well. And just for a point of context, North America sits just above China, below Japan, at around 310 robot density per 10,000 workers. And of course, UK there at 150. So we look at the numbers here and we might say, well, actually that 150 is quite low. We're a little bit behind the curve. On the ground, we're quite advanced in terms of software and innovation, but we're actually falling a little bit behind on deployment and adoption. So these are some areas that we can make some improvements. Fortunately, there are clusters, programs and projects to turn to support businesses in doing that. So name ourselves, we are able to support businesses on that journey. And we also have a number of strategic partners, both internal with the civic service and also external. So for example, Made Smarter East of England are sort of facilitating, supporting match funded grants up to £20,000 on any kind of CapEx projects. They are also producing sort of digital roadmaps that can support businesses to drive that path forward, what efficiencies they might need and how they can be a little bit more productive and what kind of AI they can adopt. We also have the teams within Connected Innovation, New Anglia Growth Hub and external partners as well that we can signpost and find resources for as well. So there is an appetite from the government to increase our digital and technological adoption. It's come through the industrial strategy last year. And if you're looking for a starting point on where you might begin that journey, then by all means, I'm more than happy to have a conversation after the meeting, or just reach out through the NAME website, and we can then sort of have a provisional meeting and talk about how we might be able to support your business or what might be the best path forward for the business there. So yeah, just to cap on that. So we're strong in research, software and innovation, weaker in industrial robot deployment. We are adopting more AI on factory tours. We have a couple of partners here today. In fact, I think Cambridge Kinetics are very strong with sort of looking at asset management. So if you have high value equipment, these machines can be censored, so it can look at how much energy is being used or what productivity levels are being used. We have members that have far more machines than staff, for example, but every project is different, so certain machines are used at certain times. What this software enables is a full overview and data analysis around that machine, around that asset, and looking at where supply and demand curves might cross or complement each other. But it's given a window of data that we would not necessarily have had access to in the past. So it's really critical in making key decisions going forward. Again, this technology, AI, we've seen it very much sort of embedding itself in the operational side of the business from a sort of a number of platforms and software applications that businesses use to manage the functions of the business. But at an operational level, it's much more around how it's been translated into the factories and how that's been used within the operational teams. So as an example of what successful manufacturers are doing, quite often starting with pilot projects. What is the idea? How do we develop the idea? Quite often within the leadership teams, often might use an external consultant to build and work on some parameters or look at what other industry sectors might be using that they could look at replicating. We're seeing AI being used for sort of more quality, quality control, maintenance first, sort of predictive maintenance, making sure they're getting the maximum uptime on machines and knowing that actually in the fullness of time, what kind of productivity levels they will get out of that. We've even seen one of our members have an AI room now. They have sort of over 300 team members, many of those long-standing. But what they've realized for every team member that leaves, they have to bring on 5 new members. And there's legacy information within their sort of retiring team members. They've now got an AI room which is dedicated now to almost downloading the depth of knowledge that they have and the skill that the business needs to retain that into the business rather than having it going out of the company as they retire. So again, invest in workforce retraining, upskilling, where these machines come in at entry level or the repetitive tasks, and upskilling teams to sort of manage from a more sort of productive level. And from a government strategic, we can see from the industrial strategy, we have an appetite to accelerate AI adoption, grants, funding, consulting, a number of focus areas, and we are sort of sector, we're not sector specific, it's all businesses, all productivity, all areas. And the single metric we're kind of working to is the economic benefit. So where can we apply, where can we support businesses, what machinery, what equipment, what platforms can we sort of put in front of them to support them with being a little bit more impactful and supporting their growth and their strategy going forward. So predictions going forward. So we'll expect to see factories becoming more autonomous. We've got one of our members who are just putting in permission for insurance for operating 24 hours a day, but with no humans there on the night shift. So this is an insurance policy. It's been very difficult for them to get over the line. They have just managed to do that now. So whilst they will have off-site operators who will be logging in through cameras or visually keeping an eye on the factory, it means the factory can run through the night, lights off, and the teams come in the morning, and there's the amount of work has been done simply through the kind of AI technology software and platforms they have in place. We expect to see a large number of cobots become more standardized across the SMEs. Again, as costs of cobots become lower and lower, and we will also see that management teams are trying to keep up with the competitive line as well. And so we'll see more cobots coming in into the smaller businesses as well. And again, smaller businesses that have limited resources, it's given them an opportunity to be able to compete on a much larger level with sharing data and knowledge that we have in our resources. So we can see, yeah, AI and robotics is reshaping manufacturing economics, and this is important now. It's important because manufacturing is in a difficult position. You know, we're having ever increasing energy costs. We're facing global competition. We're facing uncertainty across different industry sectors as things are reshaping. But we can see that the biggest gains coming from productivity levels, resilience, the opportunity to reshore and compete globally, whereby we have more efficiencies within the business. And our success will depend on speed of adoption, skills and investment, and the strategy, not just from the government, but also business strategy and businesses' appetite to bring in this technology and drive their own businesses forward. It has to be, for the most effective implementation, it has to be a top-down and high on the agenda of the business. Thanks very much, and happy to take any questions.
Were there any questions from anybody? Yes, right. So I've got one manufacturing background. You mentioned a couple of times that speed is quite important. Obviously, we're somewhat behind on other key countries. Why would you say that? What kind of, when you're speaking to manufacturers, what are the key reasons why they are?
Yeah, a great question. I think when we speak to certain manufacturers, so our members span pretty much every size of business, so right from a one-man band up to 1,000+ team. And what we tend to find that a lot of it is coming down to the leadership and understanding the benefits of what the AI can deliver as opposed to the upfront cost that it would take. So rather than looking at it as a cost perspective, it's looking at it from an ROI, return on investment perspective. I think sometimes businesses have this mentality whereby if it's not broke, don't fix it. But the reality is, if something can be done better, if a system can work better, if a process can be improved, then is it as good as broke anyway? And actually, quite often AI and the adoption of it very quickly shows a good rate of return whether that's operationally or across the main function. So sometimes it is a leadership need, and if it's driven from the top down, then we find that the application is very quick. It's where you have a lot of, I guess, a number of businesses that are just working for today at the expense of tomorrow, where we kind of see them lagging a little bit behind. From a global level, we find that there are businesses, there are countries who are far more advanced than us, but they don't necessarily have any kind of civic support in terms of grants or funding. There's no government appetite to accelerate them. It's much more sort of dog eat dog. There is angel investment for those, and so it's for us. We don't fully understand why we haven't taken that up, especially when we have such a strong innovation area. The actual deployment is lagging.
I picked up the same point actually, and what I was interested in was for those. I mean, I think it was Korea that was kind of at the top, wasn't it? You know, in terms of kind of their adoption. What has the corresponding shift in skill sets for Korea? You know, what does that now look like in terms of kind of what are the skills that we are going to have to look at recruiting? You talked about upskilling
Yeah, yeah.
in the existing workforce, but I also think about that attraction of new skills in, and how are those programs going to need to change to reflect that movement?
Yeah, and again, we work very closely with many educational institutions, and we're already seeing if a new piece of equipment is coming in, curriculums are not able to teach the capabilities of that machine because they're just too far behind. And we've spoke to exam boards, we've spoke to colleges. What's essentially happening is colleges are now inviting industry leaders in, business representatives to go in, teach the classes. We're now doing a lot more in the way of supporting students to go into businesses, to see these machines, to see what's happening on the ground floor. And so by doing that, we're trying to show them actually, yes, what you're learning in college is the groundwork. It might be slightly out of date, but actually the key thing for that upskilling area is that openness to learn, that staying curious and looking at learning as a lifelong thing rather than just a qualification and graduation. It's going to be continuous professional development, and that's going to be the theme for many, many years as sort of AI adoption becomes more and more mature.
Were there any other questions? Yeah.
One of your future predictions that you thought that cobots would be at university, why cobots as opposed to standardized?
Just because of the way, in my view, just it lends itself better to that from the kind of functions of the factories that we have. So we're talking, most of what we have here, we have a lot of fabricators, a lot of engineers, a lot of supply chain companies that have their sort of systems processes. They're sort of set out in a way that makes it very logical and very straightforward to see actually what the improvement would be from point one. And actually, these are the machines and equipment that are sort of being more widely adopted because it's more, I guess, it's more transformative in terms of the output. So it's an easier decision to make from a leadership perspective as well.
So an interim.
I was going to say, typically, I think there's some resistance to cobots because of human safety, right? So do you think that the number of tasks that could be done with the cobot is significantly high, that people, as long as they have a safe robot that has good quality processes in place to prove that they're safe, that kind of dissipates the fear of
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, and I think it's a really important piece. You've got to have that confidence in the decision because it's the cost that it comes with as well, the outlay, I should say. Although the ROI is there, you have to be assured that actually it's going to do exactly what you want it to do.
I'm afraid we've timed out for further questions, but thank you very much, Jamie, for a great presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, and I'm fascinated.
Gosh, that's an upsell.
Kind of like how we turn these breakthrough ideas into industry giants for the UK. So I imagine to set the scene on a global scale.
I think that's the plan. I'm conscious that I am between you and yet more sunshine today, so I shall try and be brief. So back in March, the Executive Chair of Innovate UK, Tom Adiola, launched our prospectus. I just want to give a brief overview of that today. It's very much our plan for the coming years. It's not a delivery plan. It is just the ambition of where we as an organisation would like to go. And I think one thing I would stress is for us, this is not business as usual. We're very much taking this as a real opportunity to deliver a change in terms of what Innovate does, in terms of how it will benefit the UK as a whole. So we've kind of come to this by looking at where innovation in the UK is at the moment, where policy in the UK is at, and also, I think, reflecting where Innovate UK has the opportunity to really deliver a greater impact for businesses within the country and, crucially, for the governmental growth ambition. So our prospectus really aims to set out a clear, evolved approach as to how Innovate UK is going to operate and support innovation in the UK in the coming years. Our vision here is very much for the UK, where breakthrough ideas can become industry leaders, industry giants. And our mission is really around accelerating business innovation for the nation. So when we look at our prospectus, I think when you take into account the UK landscape, this is really about real world-class research addressing world demand. And for us, if you look at our research base, we have this world-leading public and private sector research base. And whilst the breakthroughs are regularly within the British kind of geography, the scale all too often isn't. We do the science, we do the engineering, we do the innovation, we prove the concept, and then all too often either a company fails, it stalls, or crucially leaves the UK. And so delivering that growth piece for the UK is not there. We don't have as many globally scaled companies as the strength of our research base suggests we should have. And really the prospectus here is opening a new chapter for Innovate UK to try and address this, really to calibrate our support in a way that supports innovative British businesses to scale, commercialise and stay within the UK, driving that economic growth piece. As part of UK research and innovation, Innovate UK has a really privileged position in terms of a system-wide vantage point. We see the rich UK's broad research and innovation pipeline all the way from breakthroughs in universities, technologies developed in labs, founders yet to find an investor. And that positions us to support the full journey from ideas to innovation to industrial breakthroughs and hopefully get to those industrial giants. As I said, our vision really here is about where we can take those breakthrough ideas, no matter where they come from, and turn them into industry leaders, looking to accelerate that business innovation and really trying to take that to the market in areas where the UK has a right to win. And I want to stress, if you've read the prospectus or not, one thing we're really looking to do as an organisation, not just as Innovate UK, but as UKRI more broadly, is being more choiceful in terms of where we fund to try and drive areas where the UK has a right to win. In the past, we've perhaps taken a very broad brush approach to where we target our support, but we're very much being more targeted and more choiceful, seeing if we can support these innovations to a critical level that perhaps we haven't already. So in terms of what this really what we offer, when you look at Innovate UK's data, a kind of a trend emerges. So for those businesses where, for want of a better expression, we touch once and then we move on, funding a project, versus those where we continue to be by their side on their innovation journey, you start to see a trend that for those where we've been at their side, they very much tend to outperform those that only, get touched once. We fund a project here or a project there. And so really for us, we're looking to reshape, to provide the integrated end-to-end support that journey requires. And it's very much here bespoke to a business need. And it's to drive that growth piece. It means providing focused and tailored support to meet the needs of those businesses across their business life cycle. And for us, this is a strategic shift. We're moving away from isolated interventions, so specific programs and projects being funded to really funding a business rather than individual projects. We will look to combine our usual kind of funding offerings, so grants and loans, our programs, so we'll have sector-specific innovation programs, but also the more wraparound non-financial support, so that business growth support, connections into market demand, connections into investors and regulators, and also into that world-leading research and discovery infrastructure that we have, so our catapult network as well. So in terms of kind of how we're going about this, our priorities as Innovate UK have been very strongly shaped by the UK government's modern industrial strategy and its plan for change missions. It's very much a blueprint for each sectoral and technology priorities that we're looking to follow. And as I said, where the UK has a genuine right to win, where the UK research and innovation is at its strongest, and also where the global opportunities are their largest as well. And also where the Innovate UK contribution can really catalyse that difference and make an impact on those businesses. This is about trying to back the right thing in the right way and aligning to the industrial strategy. Really, the aim here is it provides stronger conditions for growth. We have coordinated public support in the wider ecosystem. It's not just Innovate UK or UKRI, and really thinking about that pathway to scale piece. So following an analysis of kind of the Innovate UK value add, thinking about market dynamics, our experience and expertise as an organisation, and as I said, that genuine right to win, and we will focus on 6 of the 8 industrial strategy priority sectors. As I said, it's about becoming more deliberate in terms of what we're choosing to support, sectors, businesses, technologies. I'll just stress that I appreciate we are at an AI event, so AI will be covered under the digital and technologies part of our programme. If you are, and I'm conscious of some of the businesses I've seen today, if you are sitting in that professional business financial services space and you're like, oh no, we're not supported, can I please provide some reassurance that's not the case? It sits within our frontier technologies. If you are developing, for example, using an AI-based platform to develop within those financial professional business services, that's not to say that you aren't eligible within our framework. It's just less perhaps front and centre than it has been in the past. So kind of key to our process here is very much around this model, which it's got these arrows on. The idea here being funneling you towards a giant, but I appreciate it's not necessarily the clearest what the arrows provide. But the idea here is very much providing you as innovators with the support, validation and connections and critical pathways to get that growth piece. Our focus will be very much around dynamic tracking of the UK's most promising deep and hard tech businesses, and stepping into support where we can make a biggest difference, but also crucially stepping back when perhaps private investment might be better placed to provide that support. So we'll do this with this model, as I mentioned. And first is around this focus on high growth potential businesses. Innovation is inherently risky. We will back those that show potential, and while recognising that not every innovation is destined to become an industry leader. What matters really is that every breakthrough that shows promise has the chance to reach its full potential and also reach its full potential within the UK. And so that, as I said, could be a future industry giant or a future leader. However, it could be to anchor critical capability in the UK. It could be around creating high value jobs in the UK. So whilst we are gearing towards these giants, we do recognise that not every innovation is going to deliver a future giant. So in terms of high growth potential businesses, we're developing a rigorous framework to assess what they look like for us. It has all sorts of different factors. You can see signals of potential. So that's the idea, that's the team, that's whether the technology is credible, whether there is both a clear market nationally, but also internationally. It takes into account different stages and sectors. And I think what's really key as we develop this framework is thinking about not every growth journey is the same for different sectors. And also thinking about putting in place a framework which evolves as the sector direction, evolves, as evidence and insights, come online from various different locations, and thinking about where those trajectories go. But really thinking here is about where we can support high growth potential businesses, where there is a strong potential to drive growth and create that growth for the UK. And really, as I said, where Innovate UK is also best placed to support that. There will be parts of the innovation economy where Innovate UK funding won't actually add a great deal of value. And so we have to be, more choiceful in terms of where we're investing. The second part around this and third part really is, once we've identified those businesses, is how we stay close to them. So we have new growth sector teams, and they've evolved from our domain teams that you may be familiar with. And they will hold a deep working knowledge of every significant company within their portfolio. They're not generalists, they're very much sector-specific technical and commercial insight experts. They will make use of the fact that we exist within UKRI and able to see those cutting-edge developments right at the beginning within their ecosystem, and where that breakthrough is coming from the research base, all the way to companies that show promise outside of that, and the wider investment landscape. Each sector lead will be responsible for the holistic end-to-end, the science, the research going on within that company journey, the demand pull-through for that technology, and the interventions that they need to put in place to ensure those businesses are supported. The idea here being that when Innovate UK backs a company, investors will know that we have done the hard technical work in terms of due diligence, and not simply because we reviewed a pitch deck. We've assessed the underlying science, we've tracked the technologies, we've stress tested the team. Effectively, a tech due diligence engine for the UK's deep and hard tech industries is the aspiration that we're trying to get to within this framework. And how we support them is at the heart of this. And that really is our velocity process down here. It's a concierge style account management idea that really will stay with those high growth potential businesses. As I touched on at the beginning, our data shows that when we continually support a business rather than, touching them here and there, that's a terrible expression, they tend to do much better than those that we haven't supported. And so really this velocity account management is around that. It's not a fixed program, it's not a one-off grant, but this long-term partnership process that steps in to support those businesses when they need, but as I said, also steps back when actually other people, such as private investment, may be better placed to accelerate that business into being a future industry leader or giant. This also isn't necessarily just about financial support. The loans, the grants that we're best known for. It's also about that wraparound piece. So, procurement, our business growth support, and we touched on, I think, in the panel earlier about policy. In creating this cohort of businesses within a sector, seeing those trends, whether they're a trend like barriers to innovation, that gives us the opportunity to engage with the people in the policy space and try and reduce those barriers there as well. So that's kind of our model, but I think it's really important to understand that Innovate UK does not exist in isolation. We're very much part of the wider ecosystem. In having those three strands, we're actively preparing investment-ready, innovative businesses, where we give the assurance as Innovate UK that they have been understood, tested, and trustable. At the same time, we will be briefing investors and that investment pipeline as to what businesses we have in our cohort, in our Velocity programme, so that they're ready as that pipeline moves through. The idea here is that connected, stronger investment pipeline enables a smooth transition to later stage funding, when perhaps Innovate UK funding has kind of finished and where they need to go next. And really, if you think about this, it's a bi-directional approach as well. So we will have the organisations within the UK government public finance institutions, so things like the British Business Bank, the National Wealth Fund, the AI Sovereign Fund, the National Security Strategic Invest Fund. It's all about priming those, knowing what's in our pipeline so that they're ready to take over when our investment is finished, so we can continue that acceleration on that journey in terms of innovation to capital at scale. So I think really what we're trying to say is when Innovate UK backs an innovative business to flourish in the UK, that success becomes a national success story. We create jobs, we create prosperity, we have opportunity across the country, and crucially, we meet that government mission of driving economic growth. We've started to reshape as an organisation, aiming to become more accessible, more straightforward and responsive transitioning to a new operating model struck to support that seamless integrated offer and investment pipeline. And I would say, please bear with us. We're having a bit of a transitional year as we deliver this. There will be further information in terms of the more delivery side of things rather than the kind of strategic ambitions published in the UKRI delivery plan, which covers the whole of the UKRI family. We're expecting that what is told spring, bear in mind that runs all the way to the summer solstice, and in government that could, to be honest, run in July. But really what we're hoping here is that once we organisationally get behind this, we're really investing in things to a critical mass to really allow them to reach their full potential. So if you are an ambitious, innovative business with a technology in those IS6 sectors specifically, we really do want to continue to support you, and we want to put in place these innovative, bespoke support for you to allow you to reach that. So I've kind of whistled through that because I'm conscious I am the last one of the day. So thank you.
So I think that was a really clear presentation of, I kind of read the prospectus previously, but kind of it really has underscored this ambition and intention for clarity and focus, kind of with kind of greater impact, hopefully, on the outside. I'm going to steal the first question. Sorry, this is the privilege, right, of this job, which is I totally accept and understand, and I do it myself in terms of when I'm setting out a vision and a strategy, you kind of put the big goal, and by that in yours, it's the future giants, right? But in doing so, you build the strategy. How do I get there, and what's the plan and the activity that I need to kind of get in place? But I think I always recognise that even if we don't reach that big goal, we will have created positive impact along the way, and that will be really great. Because you mentioned it, I think, but not everybody is going to be a future giant. And what I would like to understand is people listening to this or reading the prospectus or whatever aren't self-selecting out of the process and engaging because maybe they don't sort of share that ambition for themselves. And so I guess I'm asking, whilst you're setting out your stall to get the future giants, you are interested in the process and the other positive outcomes that could materialise on the way.
Yeah, so no, I completely agree. And as I said, it's about reaching the maximum of their potential as ideas rather than, not everything will be an industry giant. We're not geared up financially as a country to support everything as an industry giant. But I think it's something we're trialing over the next year in terms of different approaches to supporting things. We have a growth catalyst pilot thinking about, that growth piece, but we also have a growth cohort approach at the moment that's being piloted, and it's about seeing what different approaches can support businesses. And one thing that the growth cohort pilot, has the opportunity to do is the idea here is that we come up with bespoke plans for that business to grow and with those growth milestones. Now, those growth milestones don't necessarily have to be, here is my journey to being an industry giant. It's very much a here is my journey to realizing my potential. And so we're trialing different things over the kind of coming year to see where exactly that, actually this isn't suitable for this kind of sector. With the growth pilot, for example, is within our clean energy sector, but other sectors within the organisation might choose a slightly different approach to how they would like to think about their framework for high growth potential businesses, because there are differences between the sectors. There'll be differences, as you say, between the businesses that are trying to, what they're trying to achieve. But I think it is all about growth. And so there will be businesses that don't fit that model. And that is that being choiceful piece. Ian Chapman, who's head of UKRI, is very clear that if you don't make decisions, no one wins. Whereas if you actually do make some decisions, there is a chance to get some real winners in there.
Kind of tied into what you were just asking. The software industry, you can have innovators who are businesses generally in many industries because they're tied to facility requirements. But in software, you can have individuals invent the new neural network in their back garden. So it's a kind of, you've used the term business a lot here, but how small scale is this support? Like, can it literally be an individual? Does it have to be a formal business or just a contractor?
Yeah, I think business is one of those default terms just from where we as an organisation have been. So one of the things our high growth potential framework is looking at is to put in place a framework where, for want of a better expression, the two-man in a shed kind of development and innovation is also supported all the way through to those much more formal SMEs that are registered, etc. Because as you say, and I think coming back to we are at an AI event, I think AI actually is revolutionising. Traditionally, there's always been a certain a business is a certain number of people. You have to hit this certain size before with AI. Actually, you're getting much more of like one man or one woman just sitting there. Actually, this is my thing. So one thing we're very keen to do is ensure that our high growth potential framework captures that innovation at all those scales. No, so the UKRI Strategic Delivery Plan will be released at the end of spring, as you said. The High Growth Potential Framework, we're actually piloting so for example, if you look at the question set on our competition for the growth cohort, you'll start to see some nuances in the question set in terms of how we're going to identify high growth potential businesses. We're still finalising our framework, but part of that is informed by these kind of pilot competitions at the moment to really see whether tweaking our question set is actually getting what we would consider a high growth potential business. So we don't have a time frame, and it is a bit of a linchpin of the prospectus. So we're all expecting it sooner than later. But one thing we're very keen to do is we need to get that right so that we cover the whole scale. Also, because we can't, we can't run the risk of being accused of skewing a market as an organisation. So it is really key for us to get that right. So we don't have a time scale, but we are expecting it sooner rather than later. Mm-hmm.
Green energy is perhaps more of a greater good thing. So when we're looking at the investors that are coming in, are they anticipating or hoping for certain ROI, which something like green energy might not return that ROI, but might be a much greater good type of thing, or are they really after X number of their
It's a really good question, and perhaps one that I'm not placed to answer, because I guess it's up to the investor whether they're looking for a specific ROI. It is very much fund dependent as well as how they structure it. From our perspective, we are engaging investors when we start putting together, once we put together these cohorts of businesses or who is in the velocity, we want to engage them so they know what's coming through the pipeline. And that in itself might mediate the need to have the ROI, because they might, be following the trajectory a little bit more, and so understand where they're going perhaps a bit earlier than perhaps they have done in the past. So if you look at the growth cohort approach, the idea here is within that program, investors will have visibility of those businesses that sit in that cohort and can start to see where perhaps they might choose to invest in those, because they can see them at their different growth milestones, and also see their progress towards delivering them. What I haven't touched on about velocity, one of the other features of it is that people can graduate in and graduate out. Growth profiles are not linear. Some people go through periods of growth, and actually what we want to do is have an account management process that matches that in terms of recognizing that they can go through a period of growth, not grow a bit, and then have a period of growth. And that for investors is also really important. So we're trying to capture that. But in terms of whether they have to have a set ROI, that for us, we can't really determine that. Mm-hmm.
Is that something that you can then look at and say, okay, well, this is a great idea, and we can provide a grant, let's do a pilot, and then from there we can go, okay, well, actually, it can make a lot of money, it can't make a lot of money, and that's where we can look at investing things. Is that what some of the grants would look to do, is create those pilot schemes for anything?
So I guess in the past, traditionally, we might have had a competition where we said this is open to proof of concept. I think we're now pivoting much more to what that business needs, and within that, their growth journey could have proof of concept and then go on to the different stages. I don't think we're necessarily looking as much as we have done in the past to have that pot of money for a specific project. It's very much around how we support a business. But that's not to say that they couldn't get finance. If you think about our growth cohort pilot, they put together this plan of what they need to grow. And if the first thing in that is I need a proof of concept, then that is the agreement we would look to do for that business within their growth milestones.
Related to the previous point also was kind of just broadening out the question from an ROI perspective. I think if I reframed it for me, would be, are you going to use other measures of kind of potential impact over and above ROI in order to sort of work out that potential?
Yeah, so I think certainly when we look at our high growth potential framework, I think ROI is one metric where you think about it. There's also the job creation element, that growth piece. There's elements, so I sit in a place team, and one of the things we do is engage with local authorities. Is there a local authority lever that would actually align nicely to businesses in that sector and in that region that we can bring together and say, look, actually, there is real potential here. And that's where us as a team can engage with our sector growth team to say, look, we've got a cluster in this. We know our local authorities thinking about investing in this. Maybe we bring them all together so that they can say it's not as simple as the business growth journey, but actually if, we've got local growth plans across the country, and if a local authority is committing very much to investing in a certain space, then that has to also play into that kind of effectively de-risking a business a little bit to, bring those into our sector growth teams so that they have sight of that. Now, they might choose not to do it, that's exactly how, their overarching kind of UK-wide knowledge. But I think it's important to connect those other factors that perhaps might also impact on a business growth journey.
I'm kind of building on your point, like the impact of having companies, associated with specific initiatives aligned with, kind of the areas that you focused in on, but also, kind of industrial strategy from the BT perspective as well, and kind of just driving momentum more strategically in terms of key areas rather than specific businesses in their own right.
Yeah.
So, the aggregation of lots of companies working in a domain and supporting that, so that in that aggregate we get a collection of innovative solutions.
So some of that is delivered on a UKRI level. So we have the R&D missions programs. The government has their 5 missions, and clean energy is a great example where it's not just where we drive the innovation businesses, but is there the academic innovation that's being pulled through? Is there the local authority input, that triple helix or quadruple helix, and that overarching mission to achieve something? So there is a UKRI level piece.
Does that link up?
Yeah, so one thing actually you might see through the UKRI strategic delivery plan when it comes out, we're taking a much more joined up approach than perhaps we have in the past. So AI is a great example of that, where pretty much every research council, Innovate UK, Research England, all separate pots of money for AI. That's not efficient and risks duplication, and really actually having a programme level on a UKRI approach where we can say this is the direction and that's best dealt with. Maybe that research council is best doing that and Innovate UK is best doing that, but there is a much higher level kind of programme approach to realise that impact.
But that's where I think that there's a risk in following AI as an example. So I think it's the application of AI into all of the other sectors and the innovative solutions that can be created, and that's what should be tracked. So AI for me is a skewer through all of it.
Yeah, and I think that's for AI, for example, that is the approach the programme is taking as a programme kind of overarching programme. It is exactly where it's not just the innovation in AI, it's where AI can innovate health, it can, innovate the space sector, things like that. Yeah.
Sorry.
So obviously talking about green energy, where I live we have green council. That's going to perhaps be a bit more supportive than maybe other councils, which in however many years' time might change to a different party. How might that change the impact of, if I'm applying for something that might be a lot more green energy oriented,
So to a certain degree, they are continuous. I guess, but it kind of sits outside of Innovate UK. So within our role, certainly as a place team, it's a little bit more pertinent. As we see more mayoral combined authorities, for example, reform. If you think about, clean energy, certain authorities have said no, we don't want any support of net zero based businesses. It's not a party. Others reform actually, they're quite happy with it, just as long as it delivers growth. And I think that is a separate discussion. We as an organisation, DCIT is our parent organisation. So yes, a new government, they could change everything. That isn't kind of outside the realms of possibility. But I think for us, thinking about that growth piece, I think regardless of who is in government, growth is always a benefit for the UK. And so as long as we're positioning ourselves to support that as best we can, and that will change, changes, we've had countless changes of government and directions do change slightly. But it is a really interesting piece. Yeah, and I think that's, that shift to focusing on what a business needs to deliver its growth journey and realise the potential of, the innovation itself. I think that kind of future-proofs you a little bit in that space. But, I guess geopolitical kind of reasons outside of Innovate's domain, but we can't not be relevant, but at the same time, there's not a great deal of activity we can do to offset that.
Wanted a clarification point then, maybe as the last point, was when you put up your sort of flow diagram for your arrows to get to your future giants, and you had the 3 stages, that you kind of went to great lengths to describe those experts as being deep tech experts in the domain, and then you had the concierge service.
Yeah.
Paraphrased it. Because what struck me as a risk with the deep tech expertise is, kind of maybe the commercial viability, kind of deep tech experts, but they might not have that commercial nous, basically. Is the purpose of the concierge to offset that? Is that
Yeah, so I think the connectivity between the concierge service, but also the wider Innovate UK Business Connect, Innovate UK Business Growth and their expertise, there is an ambition certainly to improve that information kind of flow, really, because, we are expecting our sector growth teams to have that market awareness. But, there are other people within the Innovate UK ecosystem that will also be able to provide that in. And I think, the idea here being is, we are one UKRI, one Innovate UK, and really thinking about where we draw that intelligence into the organisation to kind of support that.
Thinking that there's a consistent theme that comes across, wherever you speak. And in my day job, I support a lot of scale-ups and startups, and the consistent theme that comes through is it's a minefield working out where to go to get what kind of support and that signposting for that. So it's super to hear that it's kind of the ambition.
So there is an ambition. Tom is very keen to put together a front door. I'm always conscious that lots of other people have a front door. And I talked about this earlier, someone talked about, in Monsters Inc., where they go to the room full of doors, a little bit concerning about that. But I think, there is also a cross-government action around how they better signpost the support and trying to make that cohesive, because it's also important to remember that it's not just Innovate UK that provides support, and thinking about our connectivity into DBT as well as DCIT to align those things to try and make it as accessible as possible. And hopefully also the pivot to this supporting a business rather than a project, and what that business needs on the steps of its journey should also be a little bit clearer, because we're not asking them to go over here to find a competition and go over here to find a competition. The idea is we have that full life cycle of support available to them.
Right, well, thank you so much for your presentation. It's been a pleasure to hear you. Thank you very much.
You good?